He's the only human being in the world, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who achieved his purpose in this planet. Ask him that you have the book of Paul, John, and Luke, Matthew. Where is the book of Jesus? The Prophet said, he who isolates from our community, falaysa minha, he's not one of us. 500 years ago, Muslim prayers. Rabbi zidni ilma. Right now, Rabbi zidni rizqa. Most of the Muslims right now are thriving on the last generation subscription. They're not getting Gen Z. They do not have one-on-one communication. They have a lack of fear of confrontation. So they are the first generation who are starting to ghost people. And then they oversleep and they procrastinate and they're lethargic and they're always in bed, always in their bedrooms. Cell phones के ऊपर इनिशिएटिव की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, खाली ट्वीट कर दिया काफी है। इमरान खान को पूरी जेन जी ने ट्विटर पे आजाद करवा लिया है, असल में नहीं। ओवर पैम्परिंग, एक साल के बच्चे को आईपैड, एंड यू नो व्हाट शी इज थिंकिंग, गॉड अल्लाह ने हमें कितनी नेमतें दी हैं, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। द IQ drops 12 points in the, or raises 12 points in the first 5 years. So where do we get these 4 things? That's the question. The answer was, you already had these 4 things. Somebody scratched them out of you. You cannot ask questions in Pakistan from your mommy or daddy, especially some elderly. Masjid mein tum kabhi aaye nahi. See, I'm not saying he's going to be right. He'll be wrong in saying that, but he will say that because that's all he can do. जितनी बुरी थी, अच्छी थी generation, cluster बनाने आते थे उनको, हमारे दादाओं को. A girl called for help to an Arab. An Arab sent an army because he was getting raped in Karachi. Make sure you remember these names, faces. Their fathers and their grandfathers, their fathers were born under the German sewage system. 4 people, 2 from England, 1 from France, 1 from Germany. 4 Jews flew to America. 24 hours later, $100 billion were given to Israel by America. Definition है ना, ये बच्चों की लोगों को भी क्लियर करनी है। सबसे बड़ा मसला मेरे आगे नेतन्याहू नहीं है, और आप सबको पता, लड़के फिर कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ कोने खुदर में पाए जाते हैं। लड़कियों की तो परफॉर्मेंस नजर ही नहीं आ रही होती, इसलिए लड़की रोल मॉडल देखती ही नहीं। शी नीड्स अ गर्ल, शी कैन नॉट फॉलो मी, शी हैज टू फॉलो यू। एक ही सवाल हम सबसे ज़यान, मेरे से भी, आपसे भी, और अली बिन अबी तालिब से भी, मेरे से भी, आपसे भी, और उमर बिन खत्ताब से भी। You can be an active, way more active warrior right now in Islam, just like the Badris and the Uhuds and the Khandaq, by understanding how Assalamu alaikum. Let me begin by you guys. Let's just, this is going to be a little technical. First, let's just get some little ground rules going on. Anybody who does not understand English, सिर्फ उर्दू में बात करनी है तो ये बताइए मुझे पहले से. No? We're good? Just English? Because we're doing this for the cameras. This is strictly English. So just in case if I slip and start speaking Urdu, just stop me, please. Okay? And I really need you to stop me, because we wasted a little video in Bradford because of this very reason. Gee, so are we waiting for somebody, or should we just begin? Anybody? Knows anyone who's coming? Yeah, ruk jao main. Okay. Very quiet crowd. Gee, so let me introduce this, and then I'm going to go straight to you guys, so that I would know why you guys are here and who was forced to come here and who came in on his own accord. Okay? So this is going to be a little technical. This is a thesis. We are actually going literally to every part of the world with this thesis. This thesis is for, who's the youngest stat boy? What's his name? How do you spell that? And the boy next to him, what's his name? Yeah, so let's just talk about the kids, okay? How do you spell that? Come on, go ahead. M-U-H. I can't get it.
It's one of the Allah's name.
Muhaymin, yeah, Muhaymin, yeah, okay. Muhaymin, so Abdul Muhaymin. Okay, so how old are you, Muhaymin? 14. And you're born here? You like it here? Okay. I'm going to try and talk to you a lot today, okay? A lot. So Muhaymin, you one of the shy types? Or you want to talk?
He's really shy.
Uh-huh. Okay. but we'll still talk, okay? And from the girls, who's the 15, 12, 13-year-old girl here? Anyone? Brought any? How old is she? How old are you? You're 15? What's your name? Seriously, what kind of, okay, how do you spell that?
Maira.
Myra. Okay, Myra, you're 15, okay. Mohammed, you 15 too? 14? You look half the size. You look like 8. Okay. So there's a very, very serious request I'm going to put in, okay? And I'm going to be putting this request about 50 odd times, maybe even more. And I must throw caution to especially the ladies here, because since Mohammed is 15 or Myra or less, so most of the focus obviously goes towards the mummies. So I'm going to be putting you on the spot a lot. Okay, and I'm going to be asking questions, what are you up to, so that you can actually map up. Let me show you a little bit so that you can understand. Oh, this one. I got to learn this.
Down arrow.
There is no down arrow. Oh, yeah. Here you go. Let me just show you a little bit so that you can understand. This is going to be a little on the kids. Yes, ma'am. I can listen. I hear you. Bole? Sound. Yes.
Sound.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. The sisters on the back, they can't hear.
Really?
Indeed.
You cannot hear me? You cannot hear me? You couldn't hear me before? Oh, this is going to be tiring. Yeah.
Koi duty, anybody you want? Someone?
To hold this microphone?
Yeah, honestly.
Really?
I've done it for him.
And you let her?
I will,
Why you had no choice? What do you mean you had no choice? There was a human being standing like this?
She's my boss.
Okay, this is why I'm here, okay? This is why I'm here. This is why I'm here. This. Once I open this, and by that time, if you don't understand why I'm up, you open this, it's going to be too late, okay? So once we are at this part, and I'm here very, in about 40 minutes from now, we're going to be cruising through this slide, okay? You can take this slide. You have to take pictures. If you want to take pictures for your own self, yeah, I'm going to give you. Don't you already have these slides? No? Don't you have a group where you're all connected? Okay, so what we can do is we can actually make that group right now, okay? While we are here, not right now, but while you guys are here. So that I can send you this, and not just this, but I've been needing a lot of tasks from parents to be done on the kids, especially on this. So I will be following up. Most of the time, Pakistanis and Indians are given a task. Nobody does it. So this time, all I can do is just follow up, eh? Yeah? What's your name? Maisha? I can follow up. That's all I can do, right? I mean, I can come back to England and try and ask, but, who's going to be here again, right? So it's all about us taking ownership of our own purpose. So before I go to this and this, okay, I'm going to prepare you to understand this. I'm going to actually prepare you. You're going to be living as very competent psychologists and biologists and whatnot. But most of all, you're going to be going out as totally different Muslims, okay? See, the contention right now is, and I'll prove it to you, don't worry, that we have been fed a totally wrong definition of Islam. Myra? Wrong definition of Islam, okay? No, I mean it. I'll prove it to you, okay? And have you read the Seerah of the Prophet ﷺ? Maya, come on, 15? Do you know the Prophet ﷺ's story in the whole life story? Have you ever read a book about it? Would you remember the name of any book? Really? Anybody else? Yeah. Yeah, but that's for kids. That's for 8-year-olds. Okay, listen, first of all, we need to read about the Prophet ﷺ. Trust me, you cannot understand the Quran. I guarantee you, you cannot understand the Quran if you have not read the Prophet's Seerah. Okay? And somehow this was not told to us. I don't know why. I mean, it's common sense. We should, I mean, by some age we guessed it ourselves. But it was supposed to be told. Muhammad, at your age, actually you're right, you know, you're old. When you were 10, somebody should have told you. Do you want to understand the Quran? Do you really want to understand the Quran? Really? Why? Really? Think about it. Why? And what would that do? Say what now? What is that knowledge going to do? Better people. Oh, see, that's where I'm going to start. Okay, anybody have any question that you guys are sitting on right now before I start this? Anybody? Well, yes, sir. Because this is going to be a little on the bumpy side, right? If it's too technical, don't worry. I'm going to break it down for you. Don't worry. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Hey,
Oh, sorry.
are we doing the kids? They prepared the questions. The kids
Their own questions?
on Seerah.
They have their own, kids have their own questions. They already have questions? Somebody gave you, where is it?
These four.
You have questions?
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me that before? Who's the kid who has questions? You have questions? Yes? No? Yes? Yes? Why don't you say it? You have, okay, so you had a question before. Yeah.
So I wanted to ask that why did Allah chose Isa alayhi salam for the global governance and to conquer the world and to bring every household under the law of Islam rather than Prophet Muhammad himself, who was given the verse Al-Yawma akmaltu lakum deenakum wa atmamtu alaykum ni'mati wa raditu lakum.
Anybody understand, everyone understands the question? The last of the last kingdom is for Isa ibn Maryam, eh? You know that, right? We all believe that, right? The last kingdom before the day of judgment is Isa ibn Maryam's. We all as Muslims believe that, yes? Yeah. But the law that Isa ibn Maryam will be following and implementing with the law of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay? So if it were the other way around, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam would have been subservient to Isa ibn Maryam's Sharia.
But why did Prophet Muhammad himself did not got the chance to govern the whole of the world? He just conquered the Arabia.
No, he did. I'll show you. He conquered. He's the only human being in the world, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who achieved his purpose in this planet. Not even any prophet, nor a non-prophet. Well, a person who's not a prophet did that. Allah's Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Muhammad Mustafa sallallahu alaihi wasallam, is the only human being with the divine covenant who actually saw the covenant happening. Iza jaa nasrullahi wal fath is the culmination that you'll see this happening. Okay? No other prophet saw the purpose coming in being fulfilled. I'll show you actually. So ironic that actually, this is why where I'm going to build the premise. I'm going to be talking about this thoroughly.
But the amount of land on which Prophet Muhammad himself ruled as a ruler, as a king, as a governor, whatever you want to say, it was Saudi Arabia. After that,
it doesn't matter. It's not a competition between who's going to have more land. The most amount of land that anyone ever governed was Adam alayhi salam. Okay? That he governed many planets. Okay? So, even if Isa ibn Maryam governs this, he's still going to have less than Adam alayhi salam, right? So it's not a competition of, right? So it's about, na'udhu billah, we're not comparing Isa ibn Maryam with less than Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Because the Prophet himself said, do not compare prophets with each other, okay? Because Jews used to do that. Because there were tribes, the tribes of Israel, tribes of Isaiah and Zechariah, and there's so many. There used to be competition. So in Muslims, we don't do that. One time, since you're in England, you should know that one time a Jewish man and a Muslim, actually a Jewish man came to Prophet ﷺ and he said, I need the qasas that this man, a Muslim, has hit me. And Prophet ﷺ said, why did you hit him? And the Muslim said, yeah, Ya Rasulullah, I did hit him. And the Prophet ﷺ said, why did you hit him? He said, because he said, Musa alayhi salam is better than Muhammad. So I gave him one. So he had a broken jaw, the Jewish man. So the Prophet ﷺ said, never, ever compare prophets with each other. Okay? On the day of judgment, when everyone, every living thing will be put to death, and no one but Allah Azza wa Jal will be alive, standing there, making that proclamation, that is there anyone other than Allah Azza wa Jal? And I will be the first man who's going to wake up from that death. But as soon as I'm going to wake up, there's going to be a hand that's going to come in so that he can lift me up. And that'll be the hand of Musa alayhi salam. Okay? So in other words, there is no way to know which prophet is at what place, because that is not for us as, regular human beings to determine. However, we as Muslims know that the purpose of life, and I'll show you, because this is the reason why I'm here, that the purpose of life is something that is going and has been achieved by Prophet ﷺ. And it is so much so, it is such a big deal, that Musa ﷺ himself, when he spoke to Prophet ﷺ, he showed how envious he is, how he's looking up to the fact that, our Prophet ﷺ is going to get so much more in this planet, which of course Musa ﷺ or any prophet would want. Okay? And Isa ﷺ, even though I'm not trying to actually, na'udhu billah, deduct any ranks or put any ranks in any column here, but Isa ﷺ is going to follow the Prophet ﷺ. Okay? And that is something which is to say that, Quran will be the last, book of that kingdom, which they say, thy kingdom come. We know and we pray that thy kingdom comes, but thy kingdom has the book of Quran there. Okay, you know what thy kingdom come means, right? You're in England, you're in the country which actually is the patron country of the Church of England, which is the biggest denomination holding, which is the Protestant church, right? So thy kingdom come is a belief of all Christians that the kingdom of Isa ibn Maryam, Jesus, is going to come. That is the second coming. We also believe in that. Yes. Kibeta. What's your name? Huda. Huda, always tell your full name, okay? Yeah, never tell your first name only. It's like a rule, okay? It's a psychological thing, like literally. It is a matter of your self-esteem that you tell your full name, okay? That's why in Islam, after marriage, you don't change your name. In Pakistan, you do. In Islam, you don't. Okay? You understand me? So, Huda Malik, yes, Huda, just Huda. But you have a question you're sitting on. How old are you?
I'm
12, okay.
My question is regarding nafs. So
Regarding what?
the nafs, so in Seerah, I've been learning about it, and I was wondering that
Yeah, you gotta really put it right on your lips, yeah. It's like a COVID machine.
if nafs is actually a part of human, or if it's from shaitan, and if so, how do we stop our nafs from controlling us? Like,
It's not from shaitan, okay? Nothing. Shaitan is from shaitan is shaitan. Nothing in our body is na'udhu billah from shaitan. Shaitan does not put anything as a brick or cement or any part of our structure. Shaitan does not make any iota of the human being. Okay? So nafs is not from shaitan, nafs is from Allah Azza wa Jalla. Okay? So nafs is a part of our system. The human beings have a trifecta system. Read the Quran, it's going to show you. You're 12, so I'm going to give you a little brief one-liner. Is it your own question?
yes, my own question.
Okay. So once you're going to read the Quran, you're going to find out that human beings are made up of three things. Animals are made up of two things. Okay? We have a ruh, okay? Ruh, and the body, ruh, the soul, the body. And then there's this thing called the kareen. We have a three in one. Okay? I'm not going to go into that detail. Read the Quran, you'll find it's so interesting. It's very interesting, okay? Inside that body is the nafs. The nafs is actually, now we can actually discover the workings of the nafs. Nafs is something which is, if you let this body loose, it's going to start to work for its own survival. Okay? Ironically, let me show you. Let me show you this, okay? This is something else, but I'm going to try and show you, okay? So this body was made for this. Okay? And we did this. Okay, here we go. We did this. Now I'm going to explain this to you when I start this session, so don't worry. But this is the nafs. I'm going to show you how it works. Okay? And this can be controlled, tamed, and put to a really good use. Okay? So if it is put to that use and you have enough momentum, that is your asset. Okay? But if you're not going to put this to a momentum and you're going to forget all about it, that's option 2, right? That's a big problem. And then there's option 3, that you have not put it to its place, but you're struggling towards it. Okay? You keep fighting towards it, it's going to win, you're going to win, it's going to win, the world's going to win, you're going to win, you're going to have an off day, on day, you're going to keep the struggle. These are the 3 scenarios, right? These are the 3 scenarios which are in the Quran about the nafs. Okay? So most of the people are strugglers. That's why you guys are in this room and not in some concert or in some other game. Because you have some sort of a, what's the word, proclivity towards religion. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm not saying people who are not here are evil. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, I cannot guarantee anything else about anybody else because I don't know them, but I can guarantee that about you, that, you want to do something about the, the whims and the fascinations and all that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, every girl wants to look good and be the best looking girl in the city, and every man wants to be the most powerful man in the world. Okay? You know what? You know why?
Because of the nafs.
No, because our daddy was the king of the universe, Adam alayhi salam, and our mommy was the queen of the universe, Hawa alayhi salam. Okay? They were made in heaven, they were not made here. And in heaven, Huda, you're going to have your own heaven, your own planet. Nobody else can be better than you in your own heaven. Otherwise, it's not going to be heaven if you're number 2, right? Yeah. And nobody's going to be your boss because that's not going to be your heaven. Whoever's going to be the boss is going to be, that's his or her heaven, right? So in heaven, you are going to get all of that. But since you're not in heaven, you're going to be tested for the exact opposite. Okay? If you're humble enough, then you're going to be the queen. If you can serve everybody, you can show the humility to the Creator, then, and I can show it to him, then I deserve to be the king of my own planet there, right? You get it? So this little journey of that test is the struggle. But that comes from, since you're the princess, your mommy was made in heaven. I swear to God, you're in my mommy, Hawa alayhi salam, right? And you and me, brother, sister, our father, Adam alayhi salam, king of heaven. So we are I'm the prince, you're the princess. So when a princess, what's his name, Prince Williams, he goes to Sri Lanka or let's just say Antarctica or New Zealand, he's still going to remain the prince, right? He's going to act like a prince. He's going to demand something which is going to be very princely, royal, right? Yeah, wouldn't you think? Yeah, he will. Why? Because he's royalty. Yeah, because he's trained into it, right? Yeah, that's what Allah says in the Quran. We're all royalty. And we got to be humble. Okay? So even though you are the princess, because the Quran certifies that, you're the daughter of Adam alayhi salam, made in Adam. Okay? Which is let me talk to you about this. Which is Bohemian, listen to this, okay? Myra. Which is the most visited spot where people really pay to go to in the planet, Myra? Country, city, place. Just think about it. Huda? What would it be? What would it be? Which country? What city? Anybody? Istanbul. Really? You think everyone wants to go to Istanbul? That's like the number 1 tourist spot in the world. Switzerland. Okay. No. It cannot be Kaaba. 7 billion people in the planet, 5 billion are not even allowed there. Only 2 billion are allowed there. Non-Muslims cannot go there, right? No, human beings. Huda, think about what I'm trying to ask you, okay? 7 billion people, that has the most famous country for tourist spots. What is it? No. From New Zealand to Alaska to America to Brazil to Chile to Russia to Germany, everyone says, you know what, let's go there. You got married, let's go there. We want to go there. Okay, Maldives is not, but it's in the top 10. But there's the number one place in the world. Everyone knows it. I don't know why in England. God, you kidding me with this? We're done with this. No, it's not Venice. But it's in the same continent. My God, huh? I know. It is Switzerland. It is Switzerland. My God. Huda, they all wasted my whole build-up, you know. It's supposed to be a build-up. I mean, it's like common sense. You Google it up, you'll find out. The top 10 places, top 10 by number of people who visit, not by number of dollars or pounds, right? The number of people who visit, the top 10 places in the planet, okay, have one thing in common. Huda? No. The one thing in common in those top 10 places in the world where human beings naturally want to go is Jannatin Tajri min tahtihal anhar. Okay? All human beings, from whenever they've discovered them, they all want to go to those places where there's green mountains and water flowing under them. Okay, you ask anyone in the room, and she will be telling her husband and he will be telling his wife that let's go to a place which has mountain, greenery, water flowing under the mountains. Okay? Where is it coming from? Everyone wants to be there, these kind of places. It's from within. That's nafs. That's the princess and the prince talking. Okay? That's an alarm. Yeah. That's an alarm. If you can tune it to yourself, it's going to work for you, right? Alarm clock work for you. If you don't, then it's going to work on its own and you're going to work for it. You are going to work for it, okay? So that's nafs amara. And the struggler is the nafs lawama. And the one that you put to your place, which is going to be a homing device that every single time is going to guide you towards the right thing, is nafs mutmainna. Okay? There's the three categories, these three scenarios. But Jannatin Tajri min tahti al-anhar is an indicator that we're all princes and princesses. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had that kind of urge. Okay? So, let me give you an example. There was this little experiment done, an actual experiment. Google it up, you'll find out. More than 10,000 people were asked around the world, every single country, draw the most beautiful picture on paper. Or let us draw it, tell us what to draw. 10,000 people in the planet, every country, every gender, every age. And the most common thing everybody said was mountain, water, trees, greenery. Jannatin tajri min tahti al-anhar. Wherever we are from, our inner self is calling for it. Okay? That's where we're from. That's what we just don't want to look into it. That's why, Muhammad, this is where you open the Quran, you find out, oh my God, this is my own story. This is not just Adam alayhi salam's story, this is my father's story, Adam alayhi salam. So it's going to happen to me. And it is happening to you. I'll show you, don't worry, you're 15, you're going to find out. Gee, you get the big picture now? Okay, I'm going to open this a little later. Let's just take all your questions. Who else has a question? You said kids have questions? Kids. You already had questions for this session.
Yeah.
Awesome. What's your name?
Minna Fatima.
Listen, it's not just about your name. It's about the way you say stuff. Because you're English. England-ish, okay? And the language that you speak is supposed to be English, but I swear to you it's not, okay? So it's the accent, that's why. Minal.
Oh no,
Mina.
Minna.
Mina, okay. Mina, how old are you?
I'm 14.
14, Mina. Gee, my child, you have a question.
I was going to ask, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, did he have any favorite like pets or animals?
Why do you want to know?
Because I have a pet of my own. I wanted to see like his view on it.
Well, there are some animals which are domestic animals, okay? There's a certain word in Arabic for it as well. I mean, in English, right? You cannot pet a lion, right? Or an elephant, or certain types of dogs. It's not domesticated. Cannot be, right? But there's a certain type of dogs which are domesticated, right? I mean, they're born for it. So, just like that, birds are not to be caged. That's why I wanted you to know the concept first. No bird is born with its genes, born to be domesticated. Okay? They're only animals with 4 legs, which have certain types, which you can pet. Yeah. Like you have a cat. They're good. Don't worry. Okay? Yeah. But he didn't have a cat, but there's some companions of the Prophet at the time of the Prophet who had cats. One of them, Sahabi, is known as the father of a cat. Okay? He's so close that most amount of literature that we have is from the father of the cats, Abu Huraira. Okay? Yeah, because he used to pet cats. But birds, I'm sorry, hurts, doesn't it? Hurts. I know, those cockadoos and raws and I don't know, African gray parrots that you guys keep taming and trying to teach English to. They're birds. If you let them loose, they're going to fly. Yeah, so it's just common sense, you know. It's biology, right? Biology is going to tell you whether an animal can be a pet or not. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, good question. Real question. So you guys, kids have real questions. I went to Bradford and they had some Cambridge level questions. I was thinking, where'd you come up with them? So, turns out somebody else was, it was somebody else's questions. Yes. Anybody else? Oh, you also have a question? Awesome.
My name's Maisha Khan.
How do you spell that?
Myesha.
Maisha.
Yes.
Maisha, yes.
And my question is, how did the Prophet
Closer to the mic. Put it pretty close.
like this?
You're going to feel it. Don't worry. You're going to hear it. Your ears are going to tell you it's close enough. Say something.
Like this? Okay.
No.
How did the Prophet use his resources to raise his children according to the Deen of Islam? And how can parents...
There you go. See?
How can parents nowadays use the resources available to us to raise their children according to the Deen of Islam?
Maisha, I cannot answer this question right now because all of my session is about this question. I got slides for this. The word resources is right there. Okay? You're gonna find resources. Like literally. Yeah, here you go. Means of preservation. Resources. I want to show you, and there's so much slides about how to raise Muslims. Okay? But not how, just not how, it's going to come later. Why? Because if you can fix the why, you're going to find out the kind of requirements, okay, from this rim. This is the rim of resources, okay? And I'll give you any and every example from the life of the Prophet, because that's why I started with the Seerah. If you do not know the Seerah, you won't be able to understand anything. You know what? I am training you on the Seerah here. Don't worry, okay? It is from the Seerah. Okay, so your answer is pending. Do remind me. Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum, my name is Zion Khan and my question is about time management. So, how did the Prophet advise the Sahabas about time management and what hadiths are there for teenagers and children about time management?
It's not just a hadith, but ayahs as well. Okay? So a Muslim, okay, you know what, it's not just the Muslims, even in the Bible as well. So human beings have been advised from day one that if you want to turn out to be sloths, sloths, you know what a sloth is? In England, everyone knows what a sloth is. When we call a human being a sloth, what do we mean? We mean our kids these days. Myra? Mohammed? What's your name, I'm sorry?
Zion.
Zion, how old are you? 14? Yeah. So, see, there is a certain type of a hormone in the brain which is there so that you can manage time. Okay? And if you ruin the chemistry, especially mommies, if you break that clock inside a child's brain, then do not blame the child, even though you will be blamed, I'm telling you. But we do it to our own kids, and then they oversleep and they procrastinate and they're lethargic and they're always in bed, always in their bedrooms, and you're thinking what's going on in there or what's going on in there. It's not going to work. Okay? This is something which we really need to understand. Fajr prayer is a mandatory event. You do not do that, it is the biggest sin. Biggest sin. Zion, right? The Prophet said, if there is only one difference between a kafir and a mu'min, it's the salah. Okay? It's the absolute difference, the salah. That means if you just leave Fajr, then you're done, right? Right? You know what I'm saying? So, Fajr is the prayer which sets the exact day for the whole Muslim. Okay? Now, there is an 8 o'clock club, there's a 6 o'clock club, there's a 7 o'clock club in America where all of these corporate billionaires, they just, try and boast and show off that they wake up at 6. Okay? And there's a club. And you actually, you enlist in that club. They're corporate CEOs, You know when Fajr is today? Tomorrow? When is Fajr tomorrow?
Jummah time or start time?
Did you just... Fajr, man.
Oh, Jummah time?
No. The sunrise.
Sunrise. 6 something.
Mm-hmm.
He's asking what is Jamar time?
I got it. That's why I used the word sunrise, so that...
Oh, no. Well, my
Basically,
Jummah time is 6.
he actually goes to the Muslim.
I know. He's trying to do the math right now. Yeah.
6. That's my.
Sunrise?
The sunrise is before 6, Jamaat is 6.
Oh, okay.
No, it cannot be. The other way around. The Jamaat cannot be after the sunrise. So you know what I'm talking about. When the sun rises, you cannot pray Fajr anymore, right?
Oh, yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
You can't.
So before the sun rise, a Muslim has to be super active, right?
Yeah.
So we were time managers by faith, by belief. We cannot be asleep when the sun, before the sunrise. If the sun rises before a Muslim, the Prophet said that's the difference between a kafir and a Muslim. Since a prayer is the difference between a kafir and a mu'min, right? Salah is the difference. Fajr is the salah. That's first. That's one. Number 2, you got to make sure that you time your prayer in wastul waqt. Wastul waqt, you know what that means? And the prime time of the prayer. There's a prime time of every prayer. A prayer, when it's in the central time of the prayer, for example, 90 minutes for Fajr in Islam, right? When the sun rises, you cannot pray Fajr. So 90 minutes before the sunrise is Fajr time. Okay? When the sun sets, it's 90 minutes for Maghrib, right? So I hope in England you do take 90 minutes for Maghrib. Because in Pakistan we take 10. After 10 minutes, people pray Qaza for Maghrib. So shameful that Muslims in Pakistan are so ignorant that they actually pray Qaza because someone told somebody, nobody ever read anything about it, and somebody told somebody, and somebody is actually now praying, और 10 मिनट हो गए सो मगरिब कज़ा हो गई. You know, the sun takes the exact same time to rise, same sun, same earth. So it's going to take the same time to set. So if it is 90 minutes for Fajr, it has to be 90 minutes for Maghrib, right? So you cannot sleep before Asr and Maghrib. It's prohibited in Islam by the Prophet ﷺ. You cannot sleep before, between Asr and, if you have to sleep in the evening, after Maghrib is allowed. Okay, but not after Asr. You get it? And you can sleep after Zuhr. Okay, at least recommended for a power nap. Okay, so I'm just telling you how to, because when you see that a religion is telling you when to wake up, have to wake up. There is no choice. You cannot put your own self under a new policy that I'm exempt from Fajr. No one is exempt from Fajr. You get it? So you got to wake up before the sun, and you cannot sleep while the sun is setting, way before the sun is setting, because after Asr. And then you got to be up for Isha as well. You get it? So your chemical is called melatonin. What's it called? M-E-L, melatonin. Melatonin is a sleep hormone. If the melatonin you can control, which I'll tell you how later today, don't worry, then you can set your own alarm clock. I do, millions of people do that, okay? That if you tell yourself when to wake up, you're going to wake up at that time. You don't need an alarm clock because the melatonin works under your own conscious brain's instructions. Whenever you know that you have to wake up, you're going to wake up at that time. Why I'm talking about sleep, I mean, even though you asked about time management, okay? Because when you say Islam, does it actually, is time management a thing in Islam? Oh no, it's not just a thing. It's just about everything. Because we start our every day for either certain time. We cannot do certain things. We cannot sleep at certain times, and we have to wake up at certain times. Okay? And then the whole 24-hour cycle is regulated by a Muslim's, own chemistry, and he puts himself to work or whenever he has to work. And then if he can sleep during the day, after Zuhr, he can for a bit, but he cannot sleep for 2, 3, 4 hours because he cannot sleep after Asr and Maghrib, right? So if it's Asr time, you cannot sleep. So you cannot, Islam is actually getting you out of this sloth status and going into a very active, actually proactive status. Before the human beings or any animal is going to wake up, a Muslim is up before the sunrise, right? So we are all about time management. It is not just an option, it is mandatory. It is mandatory. The second thing, under time management, which you'll learn because you're 14, people who work, they know that a Muslim, if he commits to even let's just say 5:55, I'm going to be done by 6, I'm going to meet you at 2. If he commits something, and if he does not put that commitment within that time, he's out of Islam. Okay? The Prophet said a mu'min can be everything, anything but a cheat. Because if he commits, he's got to follow through. If he does not, he's not a Muslim. A mu'min can be anyone but a guy who breaks his commitments. So that's coupled with what I'm talking about in chapter 1 of the answer. You see these two things and you'll find out, is there anything else we expect from other human beings in the world? No, we don't. So you honor your word. Whenever you have to fulfill something at whatever time, you got to be so accurate. And then you're not a sloth. Okay? Now, I can go into subcategories. I don't want to. I hope you got the answer of, because you asked me if there's a hadith. Yeah, it's not just hadith. There's ayahs about this. Okay? Now, tell me, how many hours are you sleeping every day? Let me break a little myth, Huda. There's a myth flying around for about 100 years. I'm going to break this myth through Islam. How many hours do you sleep?
Roughly 8.
Yeah, because somebody actually said 80 is a number. Okay, 80 is a number attached with sleep for the last 100 years. Of course, it's less than that, but there's books about this. Okay, it's a myth. At 14, mommies, Please listen. Before seventh year of a human child, seventh year, okay, seventh year. Before the seventh, if the child is asleep for 20 hours, do not wake him or her up. You're not supposed to wake your child up. You're not supposed to put your child to sleep. Human child is supposed to wake the mommy up. We do it the other way around. Children are supposed to wake the mommies, not the other way around. Okay? You know what that means? Human body of a child sets the clock for the chemistry to be set inside the brain. We wake up our children because we think, oh, you know, it's breakfast time. No, it's not for kids under 7. They sleep for 12, of course they're not going to sleep for 20 hours, it's just a figure of speech, right? So they oversleep? No, they're not oversleeping. Their body is actually, the brain is developing while they're asleep. You're stopping that process yourself because if you want to intervene through diet or whatever you want to feed him or you want to send him to play something, no, his body is the boss or her body is the boss before 7. After 11, you're going to force him to wake up like the way I just told you. Okay, Fajr, Zohar, okay? That's why there is the only difference between a Muslim and a Kafir is what? Salah. But there is no question for Salah for a kid who's under 7. You get it? And even if he's under 12, it's not going to be a question because he's not a baligh right now. He's not of age. He's not an adult. So if God is not going to question about something, that means that the test is not upon him. But if we put him through that test, then we are actually playing with the system. Okay? So if I see a machine and I try and play with that machine myself, then if it does not perform according to the potential of the machine or the manual of the machine compared to other machines, then it's my fault, it's not the machine's fault. Right? So that's why you see differential in performance of kids in the same household. And then you start thinking, you know, one of my kids was born dumb, baap pe gaya. Yeah, that's not it. You did it. One is more intelligent, one is less no. You're playing with the machine. The IQ drops 12 points or raises 12 points in the first 5 years. By just what? Sleep routines, physical routines, and everything else. It was that simple. The hardware. We shrunk the hardware by what? मुझे गर्मी लग रही है तो बच्चे ने भी स्वेटर पहनना है, सर्दी लग रही है तो मुझे ठंड लग रही है, मुझे गर्मी लग रही है. I take the kids' clothes off as well. Kids are going to do every single thing based on their body. Mommies are going to do every single thing based on the auntie. The body should tell us, not the next door neighbor or whatever. Why am I talking to them? You know that, right? Because we're not there. But we should be aware of what's, because it's our kids they're dumbing down, right? It's not just anybody else. And they are dumbing them down. And that's the problem. So first 3 years, this is how they say it in psychology now. 5 fingers, 5 points on the IQ. 5 fingers, 5 points on the IQ. 5 toes, Myra, 5 points on the IQ. And since they're 10 toes, 10 points. So 20 points on the IQ. Look at me, that's how they teach you. The 10 fingers, 10 toes, the more this child is going to move these 10 hands and legs, 20 points on the IQ. But he's not going to move them, he's not going to be able to get those 20 points on the IQ. You know what an IQ is, Myra? The only real difference between two human beings is the IQ. This is how important IQ is. You cannot compete with a guy who's smarter than you, I'm sorry. He has to perform better. Okay, but I'll show you what IQ actually does to human beings. High IQ is the biggest gift a mom and dad can give to a child. We all know that. Okay, all the people who've ever made it only have one thing in common. I'm talking about money or leadership or whatever. They have the same IQ. 120 plus, 110 plus, that's it. And we have 20 points on the IQ in the first 3 years, and we never let him move his ductiles, legs and arms. Why? Myra, we stuff them in duffels and I don't know what because it's too cold in London. And this child is like a penguin, moving like this. He's got to move his elbows and his knees, and that's how brain is developed in the first 3 years. You've seen infants, especially Desi infants. Like they're choking, and they're looking at, the sky, thinking, God, why? God, why? We've all been there because we were packed in those duffels by our mommies. And now our wives are doing it to our kids. So let loose the child. Let him tell you, Mommy, it's cold. He's going to say, don't worry. Or Mommy, it's too hot. When he says that, dress him accordingly. Mommy, I'm hungry. Feed him. Mommy, I'm sleeping. Let him sleep. Under 7, your job is to facilitate the body. That's it. I'm not going to go much in detail because that's not the point. So if we play with the machine is going to stop playing with us. Okay? Gee, anybody else, any questions before we jump into? We shouldn't have opened this slide yet, eh? This is too. This is for the session here. Gee, anybody else? Oh yes, ma'am. What's your name? Bisma.
My name is Bisma, and my question is, what is the difference between the Bible and the Quran?
The what?
The Bible and the Quran.
Have you read the Bible? No. You're going to have to read it. When we say the Bible in England, we mean two things. Okay? Who's been to Gateshead? Not so far. It's just about Newcastle, eh? Gateshead, have you heard the word, name? What is about Gateshead? What is the thing about Gateshead? Gateshead is the biggest Jewish community after Israel in the world. It's a city, it's a place close to Newcastle. If you ask them, what is the Bible, they're going to show you a different book. But if you ask a Christian, he's going to show you a different book. They both call the same thing the Bible because they're both right. Okay? They're both right. But if you were going to ask a Jewish man, like, is the Christian right? Like, no, he's not right. He has our book in the Bible. Bible is their book. We let them call it the Bible because the New Testament is in there. The New Testament is actually the Bible. But the word's become a phrase. Okay? So the Bible is the book which is for Christians, only for Christians, which starts from the New Testament, okay? From the point of view of the Jews, they're not going to accept any book from Peter, from Matthew, from Luke, from Mark, from Paul, especially Paul. They really do not like Paul, okay? And there are 14 books out of 27, there are 14 from Paul. Okay, all of these books are rejected by the Jews. They don't call it the Word of God. Okay, but Christians call it the Bible. Now Christians call from Genesis to Deuteronomy also the Bible. The 24 books of the Tanakh, which is the stories of the prophets inside the Old Testament, also in the Bible. So Bible is a big concept. But there are two kinds of Bibles, one the Jewish Bible, one the Christian Bible. The Christian Bible has the Jewish Bible in it. It's called the Old Testament and the New Testament combined. Okay? And the Jewish Bible does not have the New Testament. Okay? They don't call it the Bible. We call it the Bible for some reason. The Jews call it the Torah or the Tanakh. Torah is the 5 books of Moses. Tanakh is all the books inside the Old Testament. There are many, 24. Really, 24 plus 5, 29. Plus the Psalms. So, it's a little complicated because of the throwaway of the casual use of the word Bible. Even the Bible is the actual meaning of the book, as a Muslim we know, is the book that was revealed upon Isa ibn Maryam. Nobody has that book anymore. Okay? When the Christians are going to tell you, any Christian in the house? Okay, ask them that you have the book of Paul and John and Luke and Matthew. Where is the book of Jesus? Okay, because these are not Jesus, these are not prophets. These are the disciples of a prophet, or even disciples of God. But where is that book of God? Because there was a book of Jesus. Okay, we call it the Bible, which is no more in the presence of the man. Human beings don't have that. Okay, there was the book of Jesus. So that is the original Bible as Muslims. Whatever they have, we respect that. You know what you call it a book? It's okay. Mormons call another Bible a Bible. You know who Mormons are? You heard the word Mormons? Okay, so Mormons have a totally different Bible. So they also call it a Bible. So I'm going to be like, yeah, it's your Bible, man. Because my Bible is the book of Jesus. Okay, and the Quran is the book which was revealed on Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay, there are 114 chapters of this book. Okay. So you get the answer? Yeah. So whenever I hear the word Bible, by the way, on just Christians alone, England has a different Bible. It's called the King James Bible. Okay, from the Church of England, here, Church of England. But in Italy, when you're going to open the book of Bible, it's going to have different books. And wherever the Dutch and the Spanish went, okay, they took their Bible. So in all of South America, there's a different Bible. That's not your England King James Bible. You see how big the problem is? 110 different sects of Christianity because of this. Muslims have 3. Shias and Sunnis and? Yeah. But you know there's a third one, right? No, Barely is the Sunnis. Shias and Sunnis and? Wahhabis, yeah. So these are the 3 regular sects, right? But Christians have 110 denominations, okay? So, by the way, there's another Bible other than the Italian and the English. It's the Ethiopian Bible, okay? Ethiopian Bible has 7 extra books, okay? So that's also a Bible. So many Bibles. So everybody ready for this? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Before I start this, I better warn you, once we start this, we won't be able to stop. So if you have any questions you're sitting on right now, it's the time.
The purpose of going through the Seerah is to develop a heroic figure. If we look at,
No, sir. No, that's the instrument used for Seerah or any story. That's not the purpose.
you got first create Prophet Muhammad as the hero, then you got...
Yeah, that's an instrument.
Yeah.
Okay, but you don't even have to do that because he's going to, he's going to be created as a hero himself. You read the whole neutral perspective from all the historians. He is going to come out as a hero, so you don't have to create a hero. He's there, right? But that's not the purpose. The purpose of Seerah is to set the psychology of a man and a woman. Okay, the psychology of what am I going to do or what the world is going to present to me. If it was presented to the Prophet ﷺ, I can get enough sense that he would have decided X or Y. That's the purpose of understanding the Seerah, to tune our psychology into it. Okay, our current English psychology. Because you guys are English, right? That's what I'm saying. Because there are so many things that you're going to have, Myra, that I'm in England, the Prophet ﷺ was not in England, so I'm going to have new situations. No, but you're going to find out after reading Seerah that the algorithm is the same. You're going to find literally the answer of if the Prophet ﷺ was here, what would he have done in my shoes? That's the purpose of understanding Seerah. Being a good craftsman, parent or a father or a mother of how to create a right sense of heroism in his character, that's an instrument, that's not a purpose. Okay? Gee, so let's just begin proceedings. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This is the ayah in the Quran, okay? This is not an opinion of anybody. This is not, a philosopher, a man speaking. This is Allah Azza wa Jal, the creator of all of us. He's telling us, the word is us, you as us. Huda, us. Okay? Huda, what is a Muslim? What is a Muslim? Worship Allah. Jews also worship Allah. No, no, no. That is what a Muslim does. That's not what a Muslim is. What is a Muslim? Bisma? No, no, no. That is what a Muslim does. Okay. It's called an attributal definition, okay? We need that. Okay, at your age you should know, because that's the only real definition. Okay? A Muslim is part of a community, Myra. A Muslim is a unit in a part of a community where he or she sinks everybody in towards the single purpose of the Quran and the Seerah. A Muslim is not at all, or he's a nothing without that community. Muslim is a unit of a community. So, Huda, you are a unit of a community. Where is that community? Islam is not a community. Islam is a purpose, okay? It's our lifestyle and our goal. Muslims around the world are a community. Kids being born right now in Muslim households, community. Parents, elders around Indonesia, to wherever, okay, they're community. So if you are not actually riling all of them up, herding them towards a purpose, you and I are not a Muslim. Because a Muslim is a unit of a moving parts of a machine, which is a community, okay? So every human being becomes a part of the machine. So you and I are nothing as individuals if we are calling ourselves Muslims. Okay, if we isolate ourselves, the Prophet said, he who isolates from our community, فَلَيْسَ مِنْهَا, he is not one of us. La rahbaniya fil Islam, do not go into the jungles and try and do your own thing. Okay, so make sure you understand, before I start this, get your concept straight. If you're working alone, you've already divorced us. Okay, you cannot work alone in Islam. And once you're working together, then you need to have a goal. And that goal has to be in 5 years, 3 years, 10 years, 20, all of that map has to be with you, okay? Not just for you, everybody. That's when this ayah is going to start to make sense. Okay, everybody clear? So I'm going to just take one more minute on this, but unless you understand the identity of a Muslim, which is a unit of a part of a machine, which is the community of Muslims, right? So I'm a part of a machine. So there are many parts in this microphone, eh? If you take any part, this microphone is not going to work. You get it? So if I am a valuable part and if I die, the whole community is going to suffer. But if I'm not a valuable part, if I die, the community is going to prosper. Right? So a lot of Muslims, when they die, Muslims are prospering because they were, nothing. They were doing nothing. We were actually carrying the slacks of their undone work. Right? So if you know what Islam is and the purpose, you are the useful part. And if you don't, you are the problem. That's what Muhaymin, you and I are we better get this concept, okay? Maybe you'll have to pick the slacks of every Milton Keynes Muslim because they're not going to be performing. You'll have to perform for them as well. They will become a cancer for you, or maybe you will become a cancer for everybody. Unless you get the definition straight, anybody can be a cancer. Because if you're playing solo, you are the cancer. You know what a cancer cell does in the body, right? What does a cancer cell do? What does a cancer cell do in human body?
Damage the other cell.
No. How does it damage? Nope, it doesn't. Multiplying, no. No. It does multiply. It does change the DNA. No, it doesn't change the DNA. But whatever it does, all of this is true, but it's going to come later. What is a definition of a cancer cell? Cancerous cell is a cell which? No. It is that simple. See, cancer is such a big problem. You should know what cancer is. Cancer is a cell of a human body, Huda. Your own cell of a human body. Could be anywhere, okay? But it stops the coherence of the whole system of the body. It starts acting on its own.
Malfunction.
Okay? It starts, it's actually, it does act, but it acts on its own. And then, it starts to multiply and do whatever later. But any cancer, any cell which is not a part of the whole system is cancer. Yeah, it goes rogue, literally. Any cell gone rogue, you know what going rogue means? Yeah, going on its own, okay? So if you go on your own in Islam, you are the cancer in Islam. The fact is, we are told exactly the opposite. We feel actually closer to Allah Azza wa Jal somehow, on our own. Then, I'm so left alone. Oh God, help me! I only have you. Have you ever heard this? I only have you. I'm all alone. We've all been trained with this sort of philosophy and psychology. We think we're heroes and heroines when we think, oh, you know what? I'm alone. I'm me and my God only. What are you, prophets? Even prophets, most of the prophets didn't even go through this sort of thing. If you're not behaving as a community, you are a cancer. You're alone. Why are you alone? Like, where is your people? Your first job was to herd the people together. But it's called virtue signaling. We we think ourselves as virtuous if we are left alone. You're going to find a lot of aunties. I promise you this, okay? Because they see aunties do that. I have mommy and, I have daughters. I have 3 daughters, Myra. Every day I keep telling them, it's not virtuous to be a victim. Okay? A hero saves the victim. A hero is not the victim. You understand me? Have you ever seen a movie where somebody's just getting beaten up and you're like, the end? That's not a hero, Huda. I'm talking to girls especially, okay? Because boys don't think like this. It's more of an ego thing. You can't just beat me up and make me feel good. But somehow, you're going to be trained into feeling good if someone's actually beating you up emotionally or, mentally. Oh my God, you know what? I'm the victim here. Victim is not a hero. First and foremost, get your common sense straight. Savior of the victim is the hero. A victim is called a victim. Okay? A victim is someone who cannot help him or her own self. He better start to stand on her own feet or his own feet. Being a victim is not a good thing. It's actually a bad thing. You cannot be virtuous and a victim at the same time if you're not doing something about it. Okay? So, that's where this ayah is going to come to life in front of you. Allah says, Inna Allah la yughayyiru ma bikum hatta. Hatta means until. Yughayyiru ma bi anfusihim. Now see, Bisma, this is all plural tense. This is not about one guy. Ma become people. Okay? Allah doesn't even talk about, people, you and me. He's talking about all of us. In Allah la yughayyiru ma bikum. Allah is not going to help you. I guarantee in the Quran, Allah does not help His people unless. So in other words, Allah is guaranteeing that Allah is not going to help you. No one else, no peer, no fakir, no uncle, no Maulvi Sahib, no alim, no taqis, Usmanis, and no mufti menks, and no whatever you guys are hearing. He's not going to certify anything, okay? Because Allah is certifying, not going to help you. So someone's going to be like, don't worry, Allah's going to help you. No, He's not. That dude is lying. Because Allah says, whenever He's going to say Himself, that's the only truth. Allah is not going to help us unless we are not the cancer. You hear me? You get that? So, if we're playing victim, Allah is not going to help us. And every victim is saying, oh, you know what, Allah is going to help me. I'm just the victim here. Allah says, no, I'm not going to help victims. You get up on your feet, I'm going to help you. You help your own self, then I'm going to help you. Then. This means then in Arabic. Okay? In this context. Unless. Hatta, unless. You get up, you do your own thing, you're going to stand on your own feet, you're going to gain muscle, you're going to gain power, I'm going to help you. Imagine the irony, huh? Wouldn't you think that I wouldn't need any help if I'm helping my own self? I have the muscle, why would I need help? That's the rule. Because this is how the human behavior works. No more victim mentality. Okay? Everybody clear about this? Now, it changes everything. Because, Myra, I'll tell you, I promise you, last 2 generations, we're training our daughters, training them to feel like heroes when they're victims. Okay? And when they, in the Quran, Allah says, I am not going to put any burden on you more than what you can already bear. Wusaha. Bear. And every human being, Huda, that I know, I've ever met, especially Pakistan, India, even though they're the one who's putting a burden on their own shoulders. Allah is not. You know, the burden on the shoulder is called Islam. The duties of Islam are a burden upon us. That's the meaning of the ayah. So if someone else is trying to put you into a victim mentality, that's not on God. Okay? So you cannot bear that. That is something which you cannot bear. And you are going to break. So don't let anybody make you feel like a victim. Okay? I'm going to go into this detail. Now here, this is the philosophy. This is something I want to spend a little time on. Yes, sir.
So, if you keep that ayah in mind, and we see the plight of Muslims in the world nowadays, especially in Palestine, in Gaza, what is the lesson for us from there? That's one.
Oh, I'm going to, not just a lesson, this is an opportunity. I'll tell you, I'm going to be talking about Palestine a lot. Don't worry, I'll be at them. What else?
The second is, what's the difference between Jewish and Zionism?
Who's read the book, Mohammed? Have you read the book, Der Judenstaat? It's the smallest book you'll ever find. Read it. Der Judenstaat is a book by Theodor Herzl. Theodor Herzl. Say it, Herzl. Like pizza, Herzl. Herzl. Okay? Theodor, you know Theodor, that's the common name here. Okay? Theodor Herzl. Download the book and read it. It's the smallest book you'll find. Very small. You know what he says in that book? You know who he is? Anybody know who Theodor Herzl is? The father of Israel. Father of Israel. They call him the present day Moses. Okay? That's how important he is. You know what he says, Huda? Theodor Herzl in his book? He says, listen, that's his words, not mine, okay? And he asked me the question, okay? I'm not building up. He's asked his cold question. Theodor Herzl says, when a cancer cell, when an alien cell comes inside a body, we cannot blame the body for killing that cell. The body kills the alien cell, right? Theodor Herzl says that. So why are we blaming the Europeans and the Germans and the Muslims for trying to kill us? We need our own system, and we need to build up our own system and maintain it. Otherwise, if you're going to be under their system, I do not blame them for trying to kill us, because we put our own rules from our own book upon ourselves. We are not going to abide to their system. Hence, we are a cancer to their system. That's their Judenstaat. And he's right. He is right. And by the way, Muslims, oh my fellow Muslims, you guys, think about it. Whatever Theodor Herzl said to the Jews in the world, any Muslim can stand up and say the same thing to the Muslims, and it will make perfect sense. Okay? But there's something that comes right between us. Sir, what's your name? Babar Saab. Babar Saab, something comes between us before. Listen, this is what mommies and daddies do. It's not just mommies, so I'm going to look at daddies here, because daddies do a lot more, have a lot more to do with this. Huda, I told you you're the daughter of Hawa alayhi salam, right? And Adam alayhi salam. So it is within you and me, okay? It is within you and me. And you're going to grow into it. Don't worry, you're going to grow up and you're going to find out that all the desires that come in are based on eternal life. And we're not going to get it here. But whatever, you see, this gadget that I've invented as a human being, this one that I've invented, is for what? A convenience. I don't want to move, I want to work, I want to get all the money, all the houses, all the cars, all the wives, all the kids and all, everyone's doing that, right? Because we are from wherever the place is, we could have easily gotten them. So that progeny is working within us, okay? In the Quran, Allah says, يَحْسَبُ أَنَّ مَالَهُ أَخْلَدَ. That this human being thinks that whatever you're going to get here is forever. It's forever. Allah is training us on our own psychology. He's the creator of our machine. It's like, whenever you're going to get something, yasabu, he's going to think, anna malahu akhlada. That whatever I'm going to get is going to stay with me forever, as if I am here forever. Why do we think like this? Can anyone tell me, especially a girl, why do we think that whatever we're going to get forever? Huda? Because you're the daughter of Adam alayhi salam and Hawa alayhi salam. Okay? You do know Adam alayhi salam was created in heaven, right? It was called Aden. It's a place inside heaven. Huh? Hawa alayhi salam was also created in Aden. Okay? So I need you to understand all of this so that you can understand where we go wrong, okay? This human being, when it was sent to this planet, this Myra, when she was born, who's the mother? You're the mother. When she was born 15 years ago, you still, till today, you want the best for her, right? And you want her to stay happy forever, right? Forever, right? Forever. Even though she's not going to be able to stay happy forever. Because she's not going to be able to stay forever. In close to 100 years or less, I guarantee you, 100, we're not, and none of us is going to be in this room, even the youngest of the youngest right now. Nothing is here forever. What's your name, I'm sorry? Really, you guys? This is awesome, huh? All of you guys, but you picking two names? Tough names coming this Milton Keynes session? Like really? Not even a single common name I've received, eh? Babar Sahab, you and me alone, eh? Yeah. So, Nastain, where was I? So, Huda, forever, eh? Forever. You get it? That's problem one. We're not here forever. But we are forever. I swear to God, we are forever. That's what Allah says. Because our ruh does not die. Okay? So make sure you understand. But not here forever. Now, this is something that we do. Now understand, the natural order of the human being, I just told you, don't be a cancer. Natural order of all human beings here on this planet. Understand the problem. If you can get this slide, make sure, especially people watching this video, if you can get this slide, most of our problems are solved. और किसी चीज़ की ज़रूरत नहीं है पाकिस्तान ओ मेरे अजीज़ हम वतनों आपको किसी और अगर ये स्लाइड समझ आ गई तो this big, look at the big circle, okay? Allah Azza wa Jal sent us for a purpose. I'll show you the purpose. अभी दिखाऊंगा आपको अल्लाह की कसम numbers के साथ दिखाऊंगा. I'm going to show it to you by area, by numbers, by people. I'm going to here you go. Let me show you. It's got, oh come on. There you go. I'm going to show you through all the people and all the places and all the maps the purpose of life. I'm going to show you the purpose of life. The $1 billion question, Adam alayhi salam's first son, till today, everyone's trying to ask. I'm going to show you the answer to that question. Such a big claim, okay? First, understand this slide. No Pakistani is going to get whatever I'm about to unfold after these slides, if you don't get this slide. Everyone's going to criticize you and me, especially me, because I'm the one who actually pulled those slides out. What the hell are you guys talking about, man? What is this guy talking about? This doesn't make sense. This is his own opinion. I don't believe this. This man talks rocket science, no logic, no nothing. A lot of people are going to say a lot of things about me, especially this. If you don't get this, because no one's thinking about where he came from and why. And I'm going to answer why, because that's what the conclusion is. But no one wants to know that I am, Myra, a part of a machine. Everyone wants to play solo and think he's a victim or she's a victim and thinking I'm closeness to God is when I got beaten up. That's the exact opposite of Islam. In Christianity, they invented this, Myra. They used to tell people to beat them up. They used to go to the trees, tell them to start flogging me. Leave me alone for months and months. That's early day Christians used to do that. Okay? Like literally starve and do whatever. You know, that's what they thought. You know what? This world is such a distraction. We're going to hate the world. We want to, despise this little world. Okay? So understand, if you do not understand the definition of identity of a Muslim, a Muslim is what, Bisma? Come on. You're my only hope. You're my future.
A Muslim is like a person part of a community.
There you go. Yeah, perfect. So you're a part of a machine. Myra, what's the machine? Amit is cheating? You don't have to cheat with this. Come on, it's all right if you don't know it. Just say, I don't remember. Yes, the machine. Where is the machine? Yeah, you're part of the machine. Where's the machine? A Muslim is a part of the machine, Bisma. Huda, where's the machine? Yeah, the Muslim human beings, all of us, 2 billion people in the planet. Look, new parts of the machine coming in. What's your name? Yeah? Harun? Huda, your job to take care of Haruns because they're younger than you. If you're not going to perform, he's not going to know how to perform. If I'm not going to perform, you're not going to know how to perform. Okay, I'll tell you what category you're going to perform into. Don't worry. Every single thing, don't worry. Today, everything's going to be clear, inshallah. But first, what is a Muslim? Muslim is a part of a machine. If it's a machine, that means unless we take care of the community, we are not Muslims. That's where you're going to understand every single thing every psychologist ever wrote. You're going to understand, oh my God, now I understand what is mental health, what is positive psychology, what I should have done, why am I getting into depression, what was the course of action to do, because we always try to play solo and it never works. Nothing's going to work if you play solo, especially psychiatric medicine. So the natural order of development as a whole was the purpose. I need to put the light on this. Can I put the... Yeah, so I'm going to use this as well. Yeah, let's see if it works. Let's try and get rid of this. Yep. So, as a whole, Huda, if you're not working as a whole, forget Islam for just 1 minute. Just think about some university in Berkeley, California, right? Berkeley University. And they're working for positive psychology and all of that, BrainWorks, and I'll open BrainWorks in front of you, don't worry. And I do that for a living, right? They came up with this. It's not a Muslim definition. It is a non-Muslim definition that unless a single individual is working as a whole, he can never gain positive psychology. Now, okay, that's just cliche. We know as Islam that human beings are a community, human beings, not just Muslim, human. And if we are working towards that community, we are going to be productive and mentally healthy. And we are going to have to make sure that they progress towards a certain X plus 1, if they are at X, okay? Now, the natural list of demands based on the whole community has to come out. In other words, bachche doctor banane hain. Nastain, you wanted her to be a doctor, but did you do the math on whether the human beings need a doctor? Maybe the human being needed an engineer or an astronaut or maybe something else. But you don't even think as a whole. You just think her, and you think her 20 years from now, because you, whenever you were at that age, whatever you suffered, wherever those vacuums are, you want to make sure she doesn't go through those vacuums. That's called self-preservation. So in other words, we are trying to preserve ourselves through our own kids. In other words, whatever vacuums that we had in our own childhood or whatever problems we had, we're just making sure they don't go through that. That's our parenting model. That's why we're creating animals and Gogs and Magogs and Yajuj and Majuj. Somebody did this to us, we're going to do this to our kids. All we are is a compensation plan from our mother or our father, because any and everything I do not guarantee, but I guarantee, buddy, my son, you're not going to go through the problems I went through. That's the only thing I can guarantee. That's a Muslim parent today. So, जो कुछ अम्मी के साथ हुआ आपके साथ नहीं होगा. That's all her dream life. In other words, you created the biggest selfish demon in the planet, because that person is just for his or her own self. And the more you're going to grow in this planet, what's your name? Yeah, I'm going to keep picking out people, don't worry. Maniba, the more you're going to grow, are you 12 plus, 13 plus? Yeah. So 12 plus, there's a certain thing that happens in the brain. It's called the prefrontal cortex. If you go through this philosophy, I'll tell you what this philosophy is, and you spend 13 years, it's irreversible now. That's a problem. It's called regression. Every single time you're going to go through a problem, you're going to, in life, let's just say post-marriage, you're going to go through a problem, or whatever new scenario, in whatever career, in your job, you're going to regress back to your childhood, and that childhood definition is going to come from a compensation plan from your mommy, which was just, oh, meri beti mere jaisa na ban jaye. That's all her plan was, and then no solution. You're going to go more selfish, more individualistic, more solo, hence a bigger cell of Huda, bigger cell of cancer. Say it, cancer. Cancer. What is a cancer cell? A selfish human being. A selfish Muslim is a cancer, right? So the more he's going to try and save his or own self, the more he's going to be isolated. This is why we're going to do a little activity in the class. Close your eyes. Close your eyes, everybody. Don't worry. I'm not going to steal anything. Actually, I'm going to give you something. Close your eyes. Is this table for real? Maybe I'm going to break it by sitting on it. Because I do that a lot. Sorry. No, you cannot lie to yourself, because I'm not even going to ask you the question. You don't have to answer me this. Just don't lie to yourself. Huda, you're 12, right? Yeah. So maybe you're not even in the game yet, but all of the aunties are in, all the uncles are in the game. I'll tell you what that game is. Every single time, I'm going to start speaking Urdu now, ताकि नस पे जाके दिमाग की उस नस पे लगे जाके. अकेले में जाए नमाज़ों पे या रातों को अकेले में आंखें बंद रखें. जो असल में दुआ करती हैं ना आप, ये करते हैं आप अकेले में, ऊंची आवाज़ों में नहीं, जमात की नमाज़ों में नहीं, अकेले में जो दुआ करते हैं, जो मोस्ट रिपीटेटिव दुआ है. Think about it, and now open your eyes and tell me whether that dua fits the community or whether that dua fits you and your kids. Really? Akele mein? Really? So amazing. The problem of Palestine is solved, Babar Sahib.
I think Palestine has had a great role.
You see what I'm saying? Huda, top 3 prayers of all Muslims, 2 billion Muslims, top 3 prayers are the common things. Money. Money. Number 1. Okay, money. And then reputation, izzah. It's a survey done, it's not just, everybody's asking for money. 500 years ago, Muslim prayers, Rabbi zidni ilma. Right now, Rabbi zidni rizqa. And it's not just a prayer. Prayer is just a symptom of our philosophy, our psychology. What they're trying to do is, they're trying to preserve. Akhlada, akhlada, akhlada. More time. So existential need, number 1, prayer. Number 2, the need for love and care. So why am I telling you this slide? I can go on and on, but this is the fracture. This is the fracture. Here you go. Read this, Sudha. Read this for me.
The current requirement of Islam fits perfectly to fulfill his spiritual need which he can do even as a hobby while putting all his effort on the purpose.
Mohammed, read this and tell me what it means. I need a boy to go through this. This is very important. A boy can go through this. At 15, you should be able to go through this. Yeah, read it loud, read it out. Everybody in the house should hear your voice. No, it's not loud. Come on, man. The current requirement. Now, try and understand what I'm going to say, okay? Because I'm going to explain this. Namaz, Roza, Zakat, Hajj. Okay? Namaz, Roza, Zakat, Hajj. You heard these words before? Yeah. Even if you were the most selfish person in the world, doing it for your own self, okay? Even if you're a cancer, Huda, you can still do Namaz, Roza, Zakat, Hajj. Okay? And it's not going to hurt your selfishness. And you think you're a great Muslim because your son is, or your daughter, your sister, your father, your brother, such a religious family, namaz padhte hain. You know, they never miss a fast. Daadi rakhi hui hai. You have beard. What does beard got to do with the purpose? This is something which we were sent on the planet. Okay, now pay very clear attention. I'm going to come back to this slide. I'm going to show you something so that you can understand how important this matter is. Sure. Sure.
I wonder how you will combine with, there is an ayah in Baqarah, it says, I'm going to read very strong. When it said to them, follow what Allah has revealed, they replied, no, we only follow what we found our forefathers practicing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Always good to follow full machine, how it works, and follow community.
No. You don't have to follow. It's not about following the community. It's about developing the community. Following the Quran and the Seerah is the only solution. You're not going to say that's what we're doing. We're following forefathers, going to lead us to this. Every forefather of ours has taught us to take care of you and your wife and kids only, buddy. Okay? That's exactly what's going on in Palestine. No one's taking care of them. Everyone's trying to save their own self. Okay? That's the psychology we are given as training manual from our own homes. You need to understand. So I'm not trying to follow the community. I'm trying to make sure she is helping the community. Not, he's on top of the community, not under it. Okay? Good question though. So this is, understand, this is why I'm here in England. This time around, I'm here because I have actually, what was your name? Harun. I am here for the Haruns and Myras and Hudas and Bismas. And what's your name? Fatima. Fatima with Bisma. Focus, Fatima, okay? Because I'm here for you kids. How old are you?
12.
Yeah, I'm here literally. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you guys on the map. Okay? Because I know how your brain is working. I've plotted all of this. The 12-year-old, the 22-year-old, and the 32-year-old, and the 8-year-old, and 6-year-old, and less. How old are you?
9.
Not really. Okay. English, huh? Arun? So, what happens? Look at the timeline. This is the timeline of the human beings. What is the purpose of life, okay? Understand. I'll show you through these people what is the purpose of life. So, there is a certain interesting event going on right now in this planet. Right now, two things are going on, and if we can combine these two, we can produce electricity for the Ummah, the whole community. You have to know how to use it, okay? And I'm going to show you how. But what is it? What are the two things? Number one, first of all, you need to understand, if you really are here for the whole world, the whole community of human beings, then you got to understand that if you're doing anything less than the whole world, then there's got to be some justification, right? So here, this is the timeline. Look, this is the first time in the history of human beings that we know the literature of, okay? Before that, we do not have the literature. We have the literature of Ibrahim alayhi salam, okay? We have the literature of Musa alayhi salam, which he asked, where is the Bible? Okay? We have the literature of Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which is the Quran and the Hadith and the Seerah. We have the literature of somebody else, which I'm going to show you why I'm here, because you are under the same effect, and literally you are inside the center of how this happened again. And then a few more events I'm going to show you on the slide. But what is the event, the list of events? It's called the global reset. Okay, Zayan? Global reset. So Zayan, my purpose here is so that you can understand that if Zayan in Milton Keynes, right, England, if you cannot plot your effect on the globe and you change it, you did not perform as a Muslim. If you're setting your goals other than the globe, then you're making this mistake, right? You're just doing it for yourself and nothing. And you are the cancer, you are the problem, right? So this is an opportunity for a global reset, because most of the people are right here. Most of the human beings are right here. Don't worry. Now you're old enough to understand what I'm saying, and you're young enough not to make the mistakes my generation did. Okay? That's why I'm talking to you guys. Okay? Because Harun is too young to understand what I'm saying, but you're not. And you're not old enough to be tainted into my colors. You have not developed this yet. You're still searching for why am I here? What's the meaning of most of the things going on around this universe and this world and this, why is my father doing whatever he's doing, my mother doing whatever he's doing? Okay, where's the track? What is the practical meaning of all? It's going to come to you. All these questions are going to come to you. Now, make sure you understand, before all of those answers that you're going to try and ask your professors and find books to read for, you're going to find out, first and foremost, whether you're in this circle or you're in this circle. Because this is your original circle, how the machine is supposed to perform. Okay? This is the Quran, the whole corpus of the Quran. The whole 6,500 verses of the Quran cannot be from me and my wife and kids, right? 6,500 verses of the Quran so that I can save me, my wife, and my kids? That's not possible. If anything, all of that is against this philosophy of me, my wife, and my kids. And that's why, Zayan, you need to understand whether you're here or you're here. Okay? Make sure you, I'm not going to build up on this right now. I'm going to double back on this once I've gone through the slides. Okay? So here, Ibrahim alayhi salam. Let's go to what Ibrahim alayhi salam did, so that I can tell you, what's your name, sorry? Yeah. Huda, okay, Huda, because I keep calling you Bisma. Bisma is that, right? Huda, this is how Ibrahim alayhi salam started. This man, alayhi salam, is the father of all prophets. Why? Huda, why? He's the father of all prophets, okay? Even though he's not literally the father of all prophets. Adam alayhi salam is the father of all prophets. But the number of prophets that came from direct his lineage is so many that it's just, because our Prophet is also a great grandson of the Ibrahim alayhi salam, right? So, and all of the prophets of Ishaq alayhi salam and his son, are the direct sons of Ibrahim alayhi salam. So that's why he's called the father of prophets. This is how he started, and this is where he is, from Ur, okay? And all of this happens in just one man's life. This is one man's struggle. Zayan, if I can get you to understand this, I think we have cracked the code of changing what's going to happen to the future of Muslims. Okay, so you and I are going to talk. Okay? You're same age? 14, 15? Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. So, sync with me, Huda. Sync. Ibrahim alayhi salam. You heard the name, right? Yeah? What was the two sons of Ibrahim alayhi salam that are very famous?
Ishmael and
Ishaq. Yeah, Ishaq. Okay, Ishaq. Okay? So, Palestine and Israel? Israel is the name of Jacob. Okay? his actual name, Yaqub, is also called Israel. That's the Israel. That's Israel. Okay? All of this is Israel. Understand me? You understand me? Israel. So that's the son of Ishaq alayhi salam, Yaqub. Ishaq is the son of Ibrahim alayhi salam. This is what Ibrahim alayhi salam did. Okay? And this is the effect of Ibrahim alayhi salam. Look at this. This is what Ibrahim alayhi salam did. This is the purpose of a man or a woman. This is what Ibrahim alayhi salam's output is. Fatima, what is this? Look at the slide. What is this? What is this? Fatima, tell me, think. What is this map depicting? The impact, what does that mean? Yeah, what does that mean? What is? Yeah, literally. Huda, do you get the picture? See these pink areas? These pink areas? Okay. Yeah, other than these areas, even though it's pink, it's not white, right? China is just about white, is China. Other than this, the rest of the whole planet, this is Siberia, this is Alaska, this is Chile, this is Argentina, this is Australia, New Zealand, this is Indonesia, Fiji, Africa, South Africa, every single, you guys are here, right here, right here, okay? In every single part of the human planet is affected and obedient to Ibrahim alayhi salam. One guy who did this, from this journey to this, and he's just in one man's life. He didn't live for 1,000 years. Adam alayhi salam did. Okay? What did he do? Many things happened. Many things happened in his life. But most of all, he knew the purpose that I gotta fix everything. From here on, everything's gonna be about everybody. So, his first call, and he took to the task, and now we know what Ibrahim alayhi salam. This is what Ibrahim alayhi salam's work looks like now. Then comes a lot of other things. Okay, this is Musa alayhi salam's journey. Look at this. This is Musa alayhi salam's journey. Okay, Canaan, from Egypt to Mount Sinai. I know Mount Sinai is part of his journey. That's not where Mount Sinai is. That's human beings who currently believe that's where it is. I don't, but it's all right. Who cares? The point is, this is Musa alayhi salam's journey. Okay, and this is the plan of the descendants of Musa alayhi salam. Now look at this. This is Ibrahim alayhi salam's. This is the original purpose. Okay, and this is the descendant of Musa alayhi salam currently right now. So that means they're trying to create a cancer in this planet. Because if it's not for everybody, it's a cancer, right? This is what it's like. This is the promised land. That's it. That's the covenant. That's what they say. It's the covenant. In the UN, Netanyahu stands up and says, "We were promised this land." Okay, what promise? Oh, this is the promise, by the way. Okay, this is the land promised. This is where the Dajjal is going to stand up. Okay, this is where the Dajjal is going to stand up and he's going to look at Medina and he's going to say, "There I present to you the white palace of Muhammad," which is the Masjid al-Nabawi. Because he's not going to be able to come in, and this is not, by the way, a Muslim map. I didn't draw the line, okay? They did. They have the demarcations themselves. They know what the map, the promised land is. Okay? So this is all the greater, this is the descendant of Musa alayhi salam, okay? This is how one man, Musa alayhi salam, and his descendants take the job. Zion, why am I telling you this? Because you're not going to be able to do it alone. Nor did Ibrahim alayhi salam, nor did Musa, nor did Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It takes a community to get the purpose in, right? So 1,200 prophets at least accounted for came after Ibrahim alayhi salam till Isa ibn Maryam alayhi salam to get the job done, okay? 1,200 prophets. 50 times they went to war, Zion. You gotta go to war. They did. 100 plus skirmishes, different, because there were 12 tribes under Musa alayhi salam, right? And then 24 books, which Bisma was asking me. Bible, 24 books, 700 books of commentary. But you know what those books mean? They mean thinkers, writers, religious philosophers. Maybe you're one. Maybe you're going to have to create one. Because we need a lot of them to get the job done, right? They're doing it. They did it. Why? Because this is the promise. This is what they want. Okay? So, understand, one man starts, Ibrahim alayhi salam, takes over the world. Right now, that's what the Abrahamic world looks like. Believer of Ibrahim alayhi salam puts the book in. This is the law. The Musa alayhi salam's law is currently in act right now. Even we did not get too much of a change in the Quran, but we don't believe in Torah, right? But we have the same law. And then Prophet ﷺ comes in with his purpose. One man, and this is what Prophet ﷺ's purpose, this is what Zion, one man, global impact. Okay? We couldn't continue it. You know why? We quit a few things. We started playing on our own. As soon as we start playing on our own, the buck stops right there. At this point in time, we were not playing on our own. As soon as Muslims started playing on their own, the purpose is paused. This is the problem which I'm here to solve. Every mother now is praying कि बस पाकिस्तानी बच्चा है बस इसकी खैर है ये मर जाए बेशक. We're playing on our own now. So the purpose is stopped. This has never happened before. It's only happening now. People of the book, even if they were from the book of Ibrahim alayhi salam or Musa alayhi salam or Isa alayhi salam or Prophet alayhi salam, everybody knew the original purpose is this. This is the original purpose. And this is the map. We've got to cover all of this too. Everyone's got to come in together because this was the natural order of human being. Now, why am I telling you this? So that you can understand how it's done. This was done one more time by a girl, a woman from your country. Okay? She took to the task. She's not a believer of Moses, she was a believer of Jesus. That's why there are 3+ billion Christians in the world, because of this one girl. She was a girl at one point, right? We don't know her as a girl. You know Queen Victoria? Heard the name? Fatima? You do not know Queen Victoria? You're not born in England? Did you just recently come to England? Are you kidding me? You know what? I think I'm going to have a little heart attack. You know Queen Victoria is? It's an English queen. Okay, forget about it. Okay, I'm not going to that deep. There was a queen in England. Okay, there was a queen in England when Pakistan was being made. She was the queen. Okay, what did she do? She went to the global task. She said, you know what? I know what the job is. This is what the job is. So all the pink areas, she conquered and she started ruling and she put the law, the Bible. She made sure they follow the Bible. She made sure the politics is with her, okay? She made sure everybody is writing the books. Remember those 1,200 books? She made sure people are going to write the books. And then she made sure the resources and the order is under her own command. This is the Victorian reset. She went to the global task. Okay, like Ibrahim alayhi salam, like Musa alayhi salam, like Isa alayhi salam, like the Prophet ﷺ, this woman comes in after so many hundred years. And she takes over the globe. Of course, she couldn't do it all the globe. She did this. Look, Canada, Africa, a lot of it, India, a lot of Arabia, Australia, all of New Zealand. And this is where it starts from. She couldn't take care of all of it because, how does it stop? How does the purpose stop? She stopped because, yes, good man. All of a sudden, they went selfish. Okay? This is how it stops. Now, understand, I'm going to show you these slides, don't worry. Okay? This is the Muslim reset. This is what a Muslim objective looked like. We could have grown all over. We could have grown all over here. Actually, 3 of the Sahabas are born in buried in China. 3 Sahabas buried in China. They were already at the task. Okay, the Prophet ﷺ on his last sermon, you know what he said? He gathered up every Muslim in the last sermon inside the Hajj, and he said, "Have you gotten the message?" The Sahaba said, "Yes, we have received the message." And he said, "Oh Allah, from today, I make you witness that, I've conveyed your message to them." And you know what then he said? He said, "Now go to every part of the world. Don't stand here, spread it, because they might understand this message better than even you can. Go to every corner of the world." Every corner of what? The world. And companions did. Okay, Spain, all of this was also green. Okay, this is a Muslim land. Spain was Muslim. Some of France was also Muslim, under the Muslim reign. But you guys won't know about it because you're too young. When you're going to read, you're going to find out. This was where the movement had already reached. But then we stopped. Why did we stop, Zayan? Because we became, we started playing on our own. And this is why we need to understand that unless the philosophy is correct, your psychology is going to be corrupt. Okay, your philosophy has to be straight up, and your kid's psychology is going to be pointing towards the north. He's going to have a productive, progressive psychology. Most of the human beings, you're going to find out, no matter what kind of CEO they are in the company, they do not have the right psychology. That's why their graphs look like this. And most of the households of the billionaires or the great job people have issues like drug addiction, suicide tendencies, runaway children, divorces, you name it, and self-harm in so many other ways. I'm talking about adults here. So why does that happen? Because you can get money for your own self, you can get resources for your own self, but you cannot get a purpose for your own self. This body is not designed for just one man's purpose. And as soon as, Huda, you're going to do that, you're going to feel great for a few years, and all of a sudden, everything's going to crash. That's what happens to all human beings. So, this is what Muslims did. Now, I want to show you this later on. I'm here not to just talk about the technicality. I'm here because this is an opportunity, okay? This is the most recent global reset opportunity that is upon us. That's why I came to England. Now you get the big idea? Unless there's an opportunity, Zayan, you don't have to start from just solo one and start talking to everybody and start gathering everybody up. There's a big opportunity upon us that seldom happens. It only happens once before. I'm not talking about prophets here, people who are not prophets, unki life ki baat bata raha hu. This opportunity has come only once. That's why people like me running around the planet, talking to mommies and daddies that this opportunity should not be missed. First and foremost, change your philosophy, tune the psychology in. What is the opportunity? This is the opportunity, okay? First, go through the list. This is what I'm talking about. Understand the concept. One guy in Rome accepts Christianity, everyone became a Christian. You know who that one guy was? Yes, who said that? Nastine, perfect. Constantine accepts Islam, before accepts Christianity. All the world becomes a Christian. Before Constantine became a Christian. Everyone was trying to kill every Christian in the world, and every Christian was hiding. And they were not even in thousands, they were in hundreds. Okay, of course they were in thousands, but scattered. Okay, then the big event happened, spread of Islam. Okay, all of a sudden, the Abu Bakr Siddiq and Umar al-Khattab especially, Umar al-Khattab started sending deputations and armies all over the world. Okay, global reset, and now everybody changed their definitions of right and wrong because Islam became an everyday household matter. Now we are all Muslims. If Umar al-Khattab did not do that, we would not have been Muslims. Okay, I do not know what we would have been most probably Hindus or whatever, but we wouldn't have been Muslims. It is because of this one guy, Umar ibn Khattab, who followed up with the task of the Prophet ﷺ. And then the Victorian I just talked about, and then certain events like these have happened. Not going to go into that kind of detail right now, because I am here to talk about these kids. It's called Gen Z. This is Generation Z. Okay, I'm not talking about Harun, okay? Harun is Gen Alpha. I'm talking about you guys. Myra, even you're on the lower spectrum, even if you're 25, you're still Gen Z. So these guys saw this. You guys are seeing this. You guys are not old enough to have certain type of hardware in the brain. Your brain is still developing. So these two things can combine, and that global reset that Ibrahim alayhi salam did, or Musa alayhi salam did, or Victoria did as well, or Umar ibn Khattab did, your kids can do in less than 5 years. Your kids have the opportunity to reset the globe. How? This is how we reset the globe. As soon as Victoria went to the world, 3 things happened. As soon as Ibrahim alayhi salam went to the world, 3 things happened. Musa alayhi salam went to the world, 3 things happened. Prophet ﷺ went through the world, 3 things happened. What are those 3 things? Number 1, Zayan, what is the first thing that happens?
Disruption of the status quo.
What does that mean? Disruption of status quo, what does that mean? What is a status quo? What is a disruption? That means the major powers, like right now America or China or Russia, okay, or NATO, these are big powers, right? All of a sudden, these powers either become powerless or somebody else takes the new power, okay, a new player comes into the game, he's way more powerful, or somehow, for example, a new source of energy is discovered. All of a sudden, the balance of power changes, okay? Let's just say Pakistan, China, and Iran start siding with Russia in the Ukraine war. All of a sudden, new power arises, okay? It's called disruption of power, okay? So this is disruption of the status quo. Big things start to change. As soon as either you do it, Zayan, or I do it, or it happens on its own, if this happens, these 2 things can be easily done. Now this has or has not happened, let me show you. But what is the second thing, Zayan? If this happens,
Those 2 can easily happen.
yeah, what is this thing?
Reconstruction of thought.
Yeah, in other words, reconstruction of thought means what is the right thing to do? Okay? In other words, remember that slide of the purpose? All of a sudden, this can be done now. This, here you go. We can actually go back. That's called reconstruction of thought. Okay? We can change this into this. I'll show you how, because all of a sudden, make sure you understand, we're upon an event here. This, I'll show you how. As soon as this happens, every single definition will change. Now, Huda and Bisma and Fatima, what's your name, sorry? Minna. Minna, they have a totally different way of looking at the planet. Their mommies were looking at the planet differently. Their mommies were defining things differently. Right now, they're going to learn how to define it. This is the opportunity. This is the opportunity, okay? This is happening on its own. And this is what the reaction of the world is. This is happening on its own, right now. It should have stopped 3 months, predictably. Somehow, even the Jews wanted it to stop in 3 months. It didn't stop. It's going for 13th month consecutively, okay? October 7th, this is the 13th month going. What is this? Anyone can tell me? What is this? These are the, Zayan, these are the thought windows. Disruption of thought, okay? The status quo has changed. Every human being in the planet, remember Ibrahim's map? This is the same map with everybody involved in just one problem. And so much so that they're willing to change any and every, put every power there. This is what's going on. Okay, from every part of the globe, every part is involved. Okay, to do what? To do this, to either decide on one side or the other. Now, the best thing about all of this is not a threat, it's an opportunity. Why? Because even if you're not a Muslim, which of course you can see here, most of the Muslim states, and a lot of 90% of all non-Muslim states think the same about this problem. There is an exceptional group of 7 countries only that think differently. This is how these countries look like. Look. Where is that? Here. Okay, I don't have that slide. Okay, let's just focus on this for now. This means before the war started in 1948. Okay, this is Pakistan. This is the Pakistan betrayal. These traitors have always been like this. We are always about saving our own self. Okay, this is Pakistan. This is not some Palestinian. Pakistanis are saying, "Oh, we accept the state of Israel." Okay. Us Pakistanis. Look at the yellow thing. This is blue is Israel, this green is Palestine. This is Pakistan's solution. Look at this. This is Pakistan. This is yellow, yellow. Okay? These two traitors are actually saying, oh, you know what? Let's accept Israel. ये हम पाकिस्तानी इसलिए मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ. I wouldn't tell anybody else. That's so embarrassing, you know. Yeah. Even Indians, even Indian Modi, the best friend of Netanyahu, is like, you know what, let's just go back to 1949's line drawn. This is only the Pakistanis who are saying, you know what, let's give that 90% जो कि ले लिया इसराइल ने उसको ले लेने दो खैर है जितने बच्चे बच रहे वो बच जाएं जो मर गए खैर है या फिर जो उसने बना लिए जो कि उसका हो गया. So all of this is an opportunity. Why? Why this is an opportunity? Because, yeah, I'm going to open these stats in front of you. Because these kids which are growing in our homes right now as Zayans and Mairas and all of that, they have started behaving differently. It's a different species. This has never happened before. In your generation, you were in, जब आप normal child की तरह behave करती थी, it had a certain indicator markers. If she's behaving in a certain normal way for our own generation, उनके markers फर्क हैं. Most of the parents are not recognizing the difference. This is what's happening in Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Arabia, Turkey. Now you're going to find that out in England. I hope this is happening in England as well. Most of the scholarship that they are listening to, they're not even listening to scholarship first of all, but even if they are listening to scholarship of Islam, like muftis and, you know, alims and speakers and all of that, all of a sudden they're just either not accepting it outright, okay, they're questioning them, they're challenging them, and trying to get some logical answers out of them, or they're rejecting them outright. This has never happened in the history of kids in Islam. Kids were, whatever lecture Islam का मिलता था, मजबूरी थी या शौक था भाई यही Islam है. These kids are not doing that. Okay, these kids are like, hold on, buddy, the bearded guy, sir, with the turban. Can I ask a question? This never happened. Okay, these kids are questioning the traditional authorities. Most of all, they've come up with their own value system to challenge them. So much so that she's going to hide and pose in front of you if she's not hiding. Otherwise, she's going to hide like, you know, sun liya na bas. Otherwise, she's going to pose. Okay? That's why most of the Muslim scholars right now are thriving on the last generation's subscription. They're not getting Gen Z. And you guys are like herding them like cattle in the Muslim masjids and conferences and all of that stuff. And these kids are like, bro, don't do this to me. Because they're calling us bro now. That's Gen Z. And then the best thing is unfiltered communication. We recorded so much data. We are recording so much data from these kids. Don't forget, Zayan. Zayan, make sure you understand. This is what I'm trying to get at, okay? Deconstruction of thought and change of definitions. You guys are here. Okay? This is what you guys are doing. All over the world. This has never happened before. These things are enormously magnificent, even for whatever reason they're doing. Okay? Harvard from Columbia, kids standing up voluntarily trying to put themselves to jail. And I'm not going to let this happen. This used to happen in the revolutions where momentums of, generations was there. But there is no momentum. This dude's father doesn't even know he's here. Maybe he doesn't even know where his father is. This guy is playing solo. Khuda. Okay? And everyone is doing this. It's not just Bangladesh, America, England, Germany, France, New Zealand, Ireland, most of us, Iceland, South Africa, except Pakistan. Okay? क्योंकि पाकिस्तान में क्या होता है कि मुझे पिटाई होगी तो मैं हीरो होऊंगा ना. यहाँ पे ये हो नहीं रहा ना. मुझे पैसे मिल जाएं, मेरे बच्चे तर जाएं, मेरे घर वाले बस बच जाएं. That's what Pakistan is going through. They're not going out of that circle of self-preservation. This boy, I'm telling you, and this girl, the most eloquent, logical voice you'll see, because this girl or boy is not about her own self. She's going against every single thing that is around her circle and sphere. These people are not Palestinian, these people are not Muslims, Zayan. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Everything around her circle is against whatever she's doing right now. So where is she bringing that courage? She's bringing that courage because their value for authenticity has never, they're generating their own value of authenticity. Why? Because they're born inside YouTube. They're born inside social media. They have all the access of all the information, even though it's very superficial, but they have all the access. You never had any access. And even if you had access, this was controlled access. They do not have any controlled access, so they're hearing everybody and they're making up their own mind because that's common sense. A lot of things do not make common sense in Islamic lectures, so they get fizzled out. Those sheikhs and your sheikhas get expired by these kids. Like, this sheikha is too boring. This sheikha or this sheikh, that doesn't make sense. This dude doesn't make sense. So maybe this guy builds up. And this kid, where is your father, by the way? This kid is listening to videos at a speed you cannot fathom. I cannot even fathom. Because this boy is processing so much. He's so used to that content. And if I was speaking slow, this guy would not even listen to me. I actually have to adjust speed to my kids. And most of my kids, you guys I'm talking about, most of the kids who are understanding me, I'm telling you this right now, aunties and uncles, they're not understanding half of what I'm saying right now. It's not about, they understand English. The feel and the experience is, I'm too fast for them. I am too fast. It's not just about fast, it's swift. The word is swift. I move around the word and the verbiage a little too much, too soon. But I'm even slower for your current brain cells. Because of the speed that you guys are at. And it's not just the speed. This is the problem. Look, this is where most Muslim scholars are not addressing the problem, and most parents are not. The nature of communication, and then the speed of communication, and then the third part, the structure of communication. How I actually structured the whole concept, the way I showed you the black slide first, before that a white slide, before that I gave you the whole definition of Muslim, what is a cancer, and then I went to Ibrahim. How the structure had to be there, right? Now at your age, most of the Muslim scholars are not going to take you seriously. You know why? Because you're 12, and in Islamic scholarship or Muslim parenthood, 12 is too young. Bachchi hai abhi. Even though you got every single thing I said. Sometimes even better than most of the hall. You know what I'm saying? We underestimate the human brain, our own children. She's 12. She's going to be questioned by Allah Azza wa Jal. She is an adult. Why are we not training our 12-year-olds? She is supposed to know at the same level as 82-year-old, 60-year-old, 52-year-old, because she's 12 now. She is not a child. A 7-year-old, please do not disturb them. They are children. Under that, let them disturb you and us. That's their job. We're supposed to nurse them. But this age, this is the age where this boy better aim for the world now. Shoot for the moon, they say, right? In England? Does it say that? Shoot for the moon? No? Means, you know what? Aim big, okay? Come on, work with me. Shoot for the moon? Yeah? Yeah, okay. So, the nature of communication, this is called grammar. Nature, speed, and structure. They combine to, that's not the word English grammar. It's a word of psychology, grammar. Grammar means the way I'm talking, the speed that I'm talking at, and the way I'm sequencing my words while I'm talking to you. That all of this comes to be, becomes a grammar. And Generation Z has their own grammar. And when you, as parents, don't realize that there's a big difference between their grammar and our grammar, you are an alien to them. You are an alien to them. You know what? And if I am sincere to my own son, then I cannot be, I'm sorry, I cannot tolerate to be I cannot afford to be an alien to my own son. I really need to know how he thinks, how he's processing all of this data, what are his fascinations and fears, and I really need to know whether these fascinations are true to the purpose and these fears are real, or should I make him face those fears or not. But if I'm an alien, he's not going to listen to me. So most of the kids, I swear to you right now, most of the kids have mentors outside their houses, their own homes. Somebody else has adopted our own kids because we couldn't keep up with the grammar of the child. And that's why most mommies, you're not the first phone call of your own daughters when they're in trouble. And most daddies, you're not the first phone call, actually you're not even the second phone call of your first or of your sons when they're going in trouble. Somebody else is the first phone call. You know why? Because he's got the right grammar. He's talking to them and relating to them, and he's actually nurturing their emotional structures. And that dude's purpose and their religion, I don't know, and maybe you don't know. And even if I know, I'm not going to count on it. It's too sensitive, sorry. This boy's first phone call, if it's not my own, his father, we have failed. We have failed. In Islam, the 12-year-old plus is supposed to be treated as equal. By what? By who? By the father. He's an equal. That means he's on equal mental footing. Under 12, yeah, I can understand that. By under 6, he's supposed to be on the master level. You are the slave, the child is the master. That's Islam. Like literally, Ali ibn Abi Talib says, a child is the master of the parents because, we got to do whatever he's going to demand. He's too young. He's not, we can't tame him. But by a certain age, of which is your age, you are an equal. You are a friend of mine. And if I cannot explain my point of view to you the way your brain requires it, it's my failure. So this is what's going on. And that's why most of the people that you're listening to Islamic lectures, they go either wrong here because they are trying to help you do this. Come on, it's too far back. Yeah, here, namaz, roza, zakat, par lo, dari rakh lo, hijab kar lo, and they don't change this. And if they're not going to change this, you're going to get a Zion, a false sense of confidence. Ki namaz puri hai, dari hai, hijab kiya hua maine. I am a perfect Muslim. I am that mu'mina. Because you look like a mu'mina, you're not going to be a mu'mina, okay? You'll have to act like a mu'mina to be a mu'mina. If you look like a mu'min, I'm sorry. Actually, you know what? There's a certain degree of how big of a problem it is. It's called a munafiq. You look like a mu'min, but you're not a mu'min. That's the definition of a munafiq. In other words, if you're not on the right purpose, you're taking a big risk. Because dadi bhi had, kalma bhi had, roza bhi had, namaz bhi had, zakat. And you know what? Be kind to parents. Be loving and be more giving. Be respectful to your parents. All the lectures that you're going to see on video, everywhere, Myra, 6, 7, 8 things. Mannerism, namaz, roza, zakat, hajj. Mannerism, namaz, roza, zakat, hajj. And what? What's going on? Where's the big question every child is asking? Every child. What happens to Palestine? What kind of religion are you following? And we can't even save our own. This is a good question she's asking. Is my namaz, is my roza, is my zakat, is my hajj saving Palestine? No, it's not, but it's going to make you a good Muslim. How is we letting Palestinians die and being a good Muslim can be true at the same time? Cannot, because this is how Palestine is saved. This, or even this, even this. Look at them. Or even this. Even this is a process. ये तो चले तो आइडियल प्रोसेस तो अल्लाह के नबी सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम ने बताया और बाकी के प्रोसेस से भी वो बच जाता है. If you are only setting the right, you're part of a, here you go, see, you're part of a machine, your community. So if you're not part of a community, then there's no way you're going to save this. But if you're part of the community, no one's going to be able to touch this. Now you just getting on the same purpose, it's not going to cut it, okay? I'm just trying to tell you the technique. Now what you got to do? Parents, listen to this, okay? I'm skipping through this, I'm going to give you the content, okay? Don't worry about it. So, what they're doing is, they were trained in the 70s, 60s. At that age, all the girls and women and men used to listen, and it was their job to do whatever, homework. Now, the scholarship is not, they do not address which I just, gave you the Abrahamic story and the, purpose and the psychology. You need this. They do not present the psychological requirements, which is, the central sphere of self-preservation, okay? And then, if you do not put logic into this, why, the answer of why. When I say purpose of life, I look at Huda and I say Ibrahim alayhi salam, and I show her the map. If I don't do either of these three things, she's going to be like, एक और lecture मिला, ठीक है, और वो भी मुझे मजबूरन बैठ के सुनना ही पड़ा, ऐसे करना था, वरना मुझसे और सवाल कर लेता. And I'm still not counting she's going to get all of it, but that's the least I have to do all of these three things. That's the job, because right now my job and your job is to sow the seed right now. She's 12. In 5 years from now, this seed better grow into a very strong tree. और उसके पानी कौन से देने हैं, वो nourishment क्या भी दिखाता हूँ आपको. This is the tipping point. याद रखिएगा. This is where current Muslim Ammi, Abu and Maulvi Sahab is. This is it. This is where non-Muslim scholarship is. Any 20-year-old or even 15-year-old, you look at their cell phones, look at the history of his cell phone. All the content which is serious is going to be from non-Muslims. Thought building, intellectual acumen, whatever, any human being you pick up, Muslim or non-Muslim, all of these real things are done by non-Muslims. Who's your thought leader right now? Well, some Peter, some Jordan, some Michael, some Frank, some Chopra, some I don't know who, but it's not going to be any Mufti or Alim. Because they don't do this. They think Kalma, Namaz, Roza, Zakat, Hajj, good mannerism. This is something done by all the rest of the communities. Any one of them is doing this. Then global change, oh my God, no, that's not part of Islam in the current definition. But every single body of work is global change. So this is why you see these kids. This is why, look at them. You see these kids. I don't have all the pictures. Have you seen the Bangladesh protest? Did you see an old guy there? No. You see an old woman there? No. Only kids their age. Where is the 20-year-old? Where is that age? That age. 18 to 25, max. 18 to 25 toppled the biggest dictatorship in the last 50 years. Kids, you need to understand how easy it is. ये बहुत बड़ी opportunity है. Bangladesh is not a global reset. Palestine is the global reset. All we got to do is give this boy 5 years. Of doing what? I'll show you what. Once you know, first and foremost, you got to put this boy and these girls into these blocks. Political reform, public policy, ग्लोबल चेंज से कम बात नहीं करनी, ग्रुप ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन से कम स्ट्रक्चर स्किल नहीं कर. ग्रुप का मतलब है she better have a cluster. People better listen to her whenever she speaks her rights. She better have at least 10 or 20 articles next year. First draft है 13 साल की है, गलत लिखी कोई बात नहीं, but that's her job now. आज तक किसी पाकिस्तानी लड़की ने सोचा है मेरे 15 आर्टिकल्स हो इस साल के? अम्मियाँ सोचती थी, no, but you better start writing now. You're going to write wrong, I get it, because you're not going to have enough maturity of homework. More homework you're going to put in, next year, people are going to start spreading your articles or your blogs as something to do, something to think about. That's the least you're going to start with, okay? And that's not all you can do. This is what last, हमारे अम्मी अबू यहाँ पे थे, हम यहाँ पे, हमारे बच्चे इधर हैं. दिस इज़ हाउ सिंपल इट इज़. हमारे अम्मी अबू ग्रुप्स में ही रहते थे. पाकिस्तानी इंडियंस पहले ग्रुप्स में रहते, ख़ानदानी, यू नो, एंड ब्रादरी. You know these words. This kid doesn't even understand the word brotherly. Okay? Joint family system, पूरा मोहल्ला इकट्ठा होता था, दोस्त या इकट्ठे. Group psychology में पाकिस्तान की first generation पली है. Okay? Technically, my father was born in 1946. Pakistan was made in 1947. So I'm the first generation Pakistani in my family, right? Even though obviously it's just a figure of speech. I'm the second generation in terms of understanding the country. So here the country was made. But the worst part about that generation was they never asked questions. Because asking questions in Pakistan was the worst thing you can do. It's intolerable. Okay? You cannot ask questions in Pakistan. From your mommy, your daddy, especially some elderly. They will literally think you are a... No, Battamigi is a good word. There's a certain bad word, bad psychology, it's not a bad word, that they used to think about. They used to judge us as, you know, someone who has malintent. Okay? You cannot ask questions in Pakistan. And especially in Islam. In Islam, when the bearded guy speaks, you just shut up and you do whatever he's saying. Otherwise, they use this word, be-adab, be-murad. Which means that if you have no manners, you're destined for hell. And who does not have manners? Who has questions? You ask questions, you are destined to hell. That's why this lack of critical thinking started seeping in Pakistan, and now every Pakistani who's 50 plus is a superstitious believer of some weird version of Islam. If you ask him questions about anything or her, he'll be like, chup. That's it. That's the best answer. Chup. माँ बाप से ऐसे बात नहीं करते होते. Okay? Why? Because he won't have the answer. Why? Because not allowed to ask questions. Okay? Now, this generation comes, which is sitting right here. Most of these people are here. Kids, listen. This is what they did. They invented the YouTube which you are watching. Okay? You didn't invent it. They did. You didn't come up with Instagram. They did. You didn't come up with Facebook. They did. Okay? So they handed it to you. I'm not going to go into that detail about your parents right now. I want to go about your generation. Okay? So that parents can listen. Parents, your kids, since they're born into the sea, they naturally are not accustomed to doing anything physical, getting involved. And clusters are not made. जितनी बुरी थी, अच्छी थी generation, क्लस्टर बनाने आते थे उनको, हमारे दादाओं को, हमारे वालिदैन को सॉरी, क्लस्टर बनाने. They had groups, they could gather up. कॉलेज में लड़कों को इकट्ठा करना हो, चाहे वो किसी रेस्टोरेंट में या किसी खानदान में, these kids won't be able to do that. You better understand the handicap. How? Because they think they can be active on social media and that's enough. That's not gonna cut it. Ibrahim alayhi salam ने Facebook पे नहीं लोगों को फॉलो बनवाया अपना. He had to go through the journey. Prophet ﷺ had to go through the journey. Victoria had to go through the journey. Okay? Everyone has to go through the journey. Why? Because unless you go through it yourself, people are not going to follow. So, here, these people, these kids, you might have noticed, these kids, because they do not have one-on-one communication, they have a lack of fear of confrontation. So they are the first generation who are starting to ghost people. They all of a sudden start ghosting us. They're going to go to the job, which of course they are having a job. अपने boss को भी ghost करना शुरू हो गए. They're ghosting their own employers because they just cannot say, sir, I'm not going to be able to do this. They can't even say that. So what they do is they hide, they shy away because they're afraid of confrontation. और afraid of confrontation वाला अगर फिर आपके बच्चों में आ रहा है तो इसका मतलब क्या है? इसका मतलब यह है कि वो शुरू में जो स्लाइड थी साइकोलॉजी की वहाँ पे सफ़ियर ठीक नहीं. This boy or girl is not developed yet. So throw him in the water, make him do it, make her do it. कि हाँ खैर है. Go bloody, battered and bruised, but you gotta do it yourself. Confront the issue. Face your fear. Go talk to that man or that woman. Okay, go to school, talk to that teacher. Go to the elderly, talk to him or her. Go to that scholar, ask him the question. Go to your friend, apologize. Go to your friend, make him apologize. Could be anything, but you gotta do it yourself. Because unless you go through that emotional pain, nothing's gonna change, okay? You gotta be inside that. Break in 10, break in 20. Break in 10, okay. Let me just go through it quickly, okay? This is before I send you on a break. Before I send you on a break, because after the break, we're gonna go through, as I told you, this is the slide. Remember, after the break, I'm gonna open this. So, कहाँ पे हूँ मैं? यहाँ पे हूँ मैं. This is where I am. Where am I? Here. This, I am going to 20 odd cities in this next 12 months, 20 cities, inshallah. Trying to talk to about as many thousands of people as I can through these cameras and through these sessions, 20 odd cities globally. I do not have any hope from Pakistan. I'll be honest. 10 minutes के बाद मैं break दे रहा हूँ. 10 minutes के बाद break दे रहा हूँ. Yeah, Pakistan में there are two problems. Okay, there are two problems I cannot. I mean, you cannot deny psychology, you cannot deny physiology, and you cannot deny, your basic common sense. So a boy or a girl is raised in Pakistan with certain parameters. मजबूरी होती है उसको वैसे ही, you gotta grow him or her like this. Now when you grow a human boy in Pakistan, there are certain things जो कि through the cultural psychology में या through the domestic psychology हमारी जो पाकिस्तान की है. Why I'm speaking Urdu so that you can understand. We ruin two basic things inside the brain of a human boy, and maybe three things, if not four, at least three things in a human girl in Pakistan, if she is raised, born in Pakistan, okay? That's how big the problem is. Now, if I tell you right now that whatever I'm going to say or he's going to say or whenever you're going to talk, most of the people are going to pick out only your mistakes. If first mental disposition that all the audience is, you won't be able to do anything in life. Okay? Because you're going to make some mistakes, right? But everyone is waiting for you to make a mistake. And instead of listening to whatever right you're saying, they're waiting for whatever wrong you can say, and they're going to start building up on it. That is a reactive psychology of a nation which is totally gone insecure. Okay? They don't want to know whether you're right or wrong. They want to know whether they're better or you're worse. Okay? That's a reactive psychology. Don't ask me the details of why, but that's how it is. Because it's a long detail. So when most of the women of the country, my country, are all about the women of the country, or whatever's going on in the next house, her life, your life, instead of talking about, the bigger and global purposes, rather going into individual matters of everybody and make a game out of, sport out of this, and spend at least 50 years into going into secret personal details of every human person that they know of, then a girl growing in that house is never going to think, forget global, the Bobra loves her. She is not going to come out of that little फैमिली यूनिट, और वो उस फैमिली के यूनिट को ही दुनिया समझ के उसी में अपनी सेरोटोनिन, अपना हायरार्किकल प्लेसमेंट कर लेगी कि अगर मैं इनसे बेहतर हो गई मेरी लाइफ में कामयाब हो गई मैं। और इसलिए पाकिस्तान की 99% ख़वातीन ये समझ लेंगे शादी कर लेंगी, that's it, they're done. They're done. That's the purpose of life of the last 2 generations of women. And if a man can buy a house, you're done. You have done whatever Allah has sent you on this planet. If you have your own house now. Need to understand, Zayan, this has never happened in the history of human beings. This is so low that a human being thinks that if I buy a piece of land and, me, my wife and kids, that's it. And you know who validates that low psychological midget's psychology? His own wife. He says, you're the man. That's the hero I married. Imagine the vicious cycle, Myra. You know what a vicious cycle is? There's no coming out of it, because the only person who's going to pull you out of it is the person who's validating that you're doing the right thing. That's part of whatever my core issues are. Other than that, political issues and, those Nawaz Sharifs and Imran Khans and, all that stuff. And the army, we don't want to talk about that. I'm talking about regular human beings, your age, going to universities. So what do? I have a solution here. 4 things you got to do. 4 things you got to do in the next 5 years. 4 things. 5 years and we have Palestine. And we don't have Palestine. We have the mission of the Prophet ﷺ and Ibrahim ﷺ back in our hands. If you have to do 4 things in 5 years. After the break, I'll tell you those 4 things. But in Pakistan, you cannot get those 4 things. In England, you can get 3 out of those 4 things without breaking a sweat. Because Victoria did the magic for you. England has that political equity. England has that platform for financial equity. Okay? I'll show you after the break of how they did it, how you're going to use England, gain that, footing, IQ, politics, and most of all, influence. And then you can utilize it in Pakistan, sitting here, Palestine, sitting here, Africa, sitting here. And if you're not doing it, then you are my mommy. You are your mommy. You are her mommy. You just did the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And if you're doing it, then you are on the purpose of Ibrahim alayhi salam and Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam and Musa alayhi salam. Because that's the least we can do. You know why? That's the purpose of every human being here. And if you're not doing that, then you are a cancer. Yes. Because you are the problem. Huda, if you're not the solution, then you are a problem. Okay? So we're going to take how many? 15? We're going to take a 15? Who wrote the slip? Where is the slip? Who gave me the slip? Why are you shying away from your responsibility? 10 minutes? No, we're going to take 15 because it says be back in. So we have something to eat there. We have something to eat there? There, brothers there, sisters there. And what? Brother Hamza is not here. Hamza is here now. So Hamza is here. He's going to help us. Or no? It's gone again. So we will meet in 15, inshallah. Okay, this is Huda. You know what leadership is? What is leadership?
It's like when we have power.
Whenever you have to say the word like, that means you don't know it, okay? It's like It's not supposed to be like something. What is it in particular? When you have power.
You have a position.
You have a position.
Yeah.
Of leadership. You good?
Yep.
All right, parents, look at this. This is the people we have read about because we have some certain literature. We have data of all of those people. We pulled out that data. We figured out whoever did the global impact, no matter what, big or small. When we have that impact, we can find out of no matter how many people, we can actually see the commonality. These are the 4 things that are common in all of those people who had a bigger impact trying to do whatever more than their own tiny little sphere, okay? This is ownership, resilience, communication, and leadership. These 4 things have to be there. Otherwise, you're a nobody. You are a cancer. If you're not doing this, you're a cancer. And if you have this, you have to fix all the cancer. And if you want to fix the cancer, you got to have these 4 things. What are these 4 things? I'll tell you what these are. Don't worry about it. I'll tell you how to do them as well. I'll show them how people do it. Leadership, communication, resilience, and ownership. Okay? Of all the people who have ever done anything which we could find, okay? Because there's so many other people which you go and find in the history, right? So we have these. This is an actual data of the 3 years of when we asked 1,000 companies of who you're going to give the position to and money to and career to. When we're going to pick that boy from the ranks, you're going to promote him or her, what does she need to have or he needs to have? They said, and without anything else, without breaking a sweat, they said, we need leadership, communication, resilience, and ownership. This is the corporate Europe and America. Corporate companies, big companies, okay? So these 4 things are required anyway, whether you want to make it big in this world or you want to make it big in Islam. The global purpose. You need to have these 4 things, either this or this. So where do we get these 4 things? That's the question. The answer was you already had these 4 things. Somebody scratched them out of you. That's why I showed you the biggest Muslim dilemma first slide. Want me to go back to that slide? Yeah. This is how we scratch these 4 elements out. This does not require leadership, communication, resilience, and ownership. You know what this requires? This requires cunningness, okay? This requires crookedness. You can actually steal your money out of it. You can lie or cheat. You can actually try and cut other people's share to get yours. Anything is gone. You can use leadership. You can use communication, but you don't really require it. You can have many other ways to get your way. Myra? पैसे चोरी से भी आते हैं, पैसे काम से भी आते हैं. नाम कमाने के 1000 तरीके हैं. अपने हिस्से के लिए there could be many ways to get your own resources set. So this is the problem where you cannot have these 4 things, okay? So let's go to those 4 things. I'll tell you those 4 things and then I'll show you those 4 things in human beings. First, let's get these 4 things assessed. So when a human being is born, any and every child, he is born with these things plus a lot more. This is the least I could do for you guys because I'm praying with these 4 attributes, okay? These 4 attributes, ये आपका bundle package है. This is something which Bisma is born with. This is something that Huda is born with. This is something that Harun was born with. Where is he? Okay? This is something that Zayan, you came to this planet with. When the son and daughter of Adam alayhi salam come in, they're supposed to have these. And everyone does. What are these? What is curiosity? Well, we all know what curiosity is, right? What is curiosity? What is curiosity?
When you are curious to find something.
You cannot use the same word in the definition of the word which you're trying to define. Don't use the words curiosity or curious in the definition of curiosity. What is curiosity? I need a parent to tell me. Someone who's a mother or a father. Yeah, no, khaish is not the right word, no, it's not a wish. Yeah, the will. What's the will? What is the will? What is a will? The energy. Will is an energy. Make sure you understand a will is not a wish. Will is kinetics. So curiosity means kid would be doing something. And our kids are hiding in their beds doing cell phones, nothing else. Make sure you understand that. Curiosity was the energy to move and find out, go through all of whatever you can to get the answer out. Okay? So curiosity is by birth. But till he was 4, he was super duper curious. When he was 8, he was curious. He was 12, getting low and low. And now, by 15 or maybe 20, he doesn't even want to know about anything. That's called nihilism. That's the exact opposite of curiosity. You don't really care about anything, so forget about it. Lack of motion, see zero kinetic energy. That's something has happened between super curious and zero curious. I'll tell you what happens. Creativity, what is creativity? Somebody please let me know what is creativity. In England.
Thinking out of the box.
Yeah, what is a box?
The norm, the same practice.
There you go. So breaking the convention. Breaking whatever Ammi, Nani was doing, now you're going to do something new. Dada, Abu, no, I'm going to do something new. I'm going to come up with something original. Okay? So for that, you require what? For that, you require? Yeah, the courage. Oh, I like this crowd. Who said that? You require the courage. Where does the courage come from? Courage comes from daddy. Courage comes from mommy. Because this boy is not born with courage. He's born with everything else. Creativity, curiosity, but courage, you got to train him on that. Because if he were born with courage, he would have died when he was 3 or 2 trying to experiment on something. Trying to cross the street alone, I'm going to do this and come under a bus. But he was afraid because kids are made to be afraid. That's the fear, that's the amygdala. That's how kids survive. We're naturally afraid. Our parents put courage in us. Even though courage is built in us, but it has to be polished and trained. So, if he's not given confidence to ask the question, challenge me, ask me why I said it, tell me if I made sense in your head or not. If I'm not doing this to you myself as a father to a son, you're not going to be able to do it at school or at college or wherever your friends, big circles are going to be. This comes from the first 3, 4, 5, 7, 6 years and goes through the rest of the lives. Now, one more thing that kids are born with, reflective thinking. Born with. You know what reflective thinking is? What is reflective thinking?
Learning from experience.
No, well, yeah, but
Learning from your own experience.
yeah, self-analysis, yes, yeah. Learning from your own, and it's called contemplating. Contemplating, okay? Seeing whatever happened, why it happened, trying to fix it, okay? And trying to assess and understand every single thing. You and me, everybody does it. We think about it. We go alone. We hide under the blankets. We sit around in parks, on benches alone. Every human being has gone through that. But we just don't remember those days because we were too young. Every child is doing reflective thinking alone, staring at things, staring at the wall, staring in the sky. We see our kids doing it. We just don't remember that we were doing it ourselves as well, okay? This is something which we're born with. Now, I'm not going to go through all of the list, What I'm trying to tell you is, these are, for example, grammar. Communication is the output. What is the outcome of grammar? Communication. Okay? Don't forget, we're trying to focus on these four. Okay? What is the ownership? What is ownership? Where is ownership? Where is ownership in this? Yeah. If you're not going to take initiative, you're not going to take ownership. What is ownership, by the way? Yeah, responsibility is ownership, okay? So if you are not taking initiative, there is no ownership. So the one thing Gen Z is not going to do on its own, because सेल फोन्स के ऊपर इनिशिएटिव की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती, खाली ट्वीट कर दिया काफ़ी है. इमरान खान को पूरी जेन जी ने ट्विटर पे आज़ाद करवा लिया हुआ है, असल में नहीं. You know, and they feel good, the Pakistani boys and girls. They think, you know what, yeah, look at the movement, look at the likes and the, you know, shares and trends and everything. Where is Imran Khan? See? Something else is required, something else is done, and people are feeling as if they've done leadership requirements. Because they have different definitions of what the action plan is. This is initiative, okay? Resilience. What is resilience? What is resilience?
Ability to go through hardship.
Yes, and resilience gives birth to grit. What is resilience, Zayan? When you are going to get convinced that this job cannot be done. Okay, you're not the right person for the job. When you're getting convinced, and after that conviction, you still go on to finish the job. That's resilience, okay? Because if you're not convinced and you still think you can do it, it doesn't require resilience. Resilience is when everything is against you and then you still keep moving. Okay? So this is make sure these four attributes. Everybody must understand these four attributes. If you're not going to understand these four attributes, you're not going to understand the action plan. The problem here is, look at this. This is the same slide, okay? This is English. I have not changed the position of these slides except one or two. So these four are going to be there. Understand, this was ownership, lack of ownership. Why? This is self-learning, okay? Communication. These red areas are the reason, the causes of why this attribute will not be developed. And these black are the symptoms. You can see these symptoms in your kids. You'll have to plot what you're up to, what's going on in the house or the school, of why your kid is not going to develop problem solving or sacrifice or ownership or self-learning or relationship building or risk-taking or their resilience or grit, okay? Now, here you go. Let's just take an example, just one example. Grit, which is resilience, okay? Don't forget, we're trying to focus on this. If a child does not have a safe environment in the house, he's not going to be resilient. In other words, if he's afraid of his own people, he's not going to have courage to do anything else. So who's afraid of his own people in his own house? ऐसे तो हो ही नहीं सकता ना? Yeah. मसला ये है, पाकिस्तान में हम सबसे ज़्यादा अपने ही घरों में डरते हैं. We are afraid of our own house way more than anything else. So, England में नहीं है. I hope it's not happening in England. I hope to God, because I have too many one-on-one sessions, and a lot of parents are like, you know, we cannot touch our kids. Not because they don't want to. They want to. You know what I'm saying? Now, you wouldn't even know what I'm talking about, okay? Thank God. But me and my brothers, bruised and battered. You know, it was like a Thursday beat up in the house. Who's going to beat us up? Daddy. One time I got beat up because my father was like, how many days have I been beating you up for, man? Like, I don't know, 10. Come here, man, 10 days. And he beat me up. For real. Yeah. It was normal in Pakistan. Is In Pakistan, it is. In England, I don't know. So it's not about just physical beat up. No. It's about the emotional fear that human beings have from their own. And most of the kids who you are not the first phone call of your own child, that means it's not a safe environment. It's that simple. If this is safe environment is when your child calls you in every of his or her emergency. Most of the time, Pakistan mein, you are the emergency. आपको क्यों call करेगा वो? This is a problem. Adverse childhood experiences, inappropriate. That's what I was talking about. 3-year, 4-year, 5-year, 6-year, 7-year-old kids, girls and boys. Okay, अम्मी उसको अपने physiology पे train कर रही है. And she thinks, you know what, I'm toughening her up. या फिर उल्टी तरफ ओवर पेरेंट कर रही है, ओवर पैम्परिंग. 1 साल के बच्चे को iPad. And you know what she's thinking? God, अल्लाह ने हमें कितनी नेमतें दी हैं, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह. You know, this is something which our women they are being grateful और नाम अल्लाह पे लगा रहे हैं. इधर वाला फरिश्ता देख रहा है कि बेटा तू आना जरा, तुझे तू शुक्राने. उस बेचारे ने क्या किया था उसको? That little child had no decision कि उसको तबाह किया जा रहा हो. See, एक तरफ डराया हुआ है, दूसरी तरफ स्पेन की मलका बनाया हुआ है. What happens to a child when he is given an iPad first year of his age?
He maybe got distracted from.
No. You change the chemistry of the child. Okay? I'll show you, don't worry, Abhini. I'll show you. Change the chemistry. You rewire the child. Here you go. Let me show you. Here. Make sure you understand. Grade 1, year, day 1 say, since first year, 5th year, 5th to 8th, 5th to 11th, and 13th to 18. Let me just tell you what this actually means. Okay, just get the concept straight. 3-year-old child's brain is on paper a different species. 18-year-old boy brain versus a 3-year-old boy brain, different species altogether. Okay, you cannot have the same sort of. It's a different human. It's a different animal altogether. So make sure you understand there is a big change. 3 barriers. Okay, 1st to 5th year, 5th year to 11th year, 13th year to 18th year. These are 3 stages. There are many barriers within the stages. I'll tell you what these barriers are so that you can treat especially your 12-year, 13-year-olds appropriately, especially, the kids who are younger. Now, understand what is a lock. Once you understand what the lock is, you'll know how important barriers and pathways are. Pathways, same age. Barriers, same age. I'm going to explain them to you in just 5 minutes. Let me explain to you what a lock is. Who knows what is insulin? Okay, what is insulin? Hormone. For what? There you go. Yeah, glucose. Yeah, it breaks up glucose. Okay, awesome. So how is insulin released in the body? Pancreas. Yeah, pancreas. What is a pancreas? Huda? Never heard the name? Pancreas. Right? It's a gland. Okay? It regulates sugar. Okay? By a certain secretion, a chemical. It's called insulin. 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 Okay? Now, insulin, make sure you understand what I'm saying here. Insulin is released by this gland right here, pancreas, by the odor of another gland. It's called pituitary gland. Okay? In English, you call it pituitary gland. Okay? Pituitary gland. It's a tiny little gland in the brain. It regulates all the chemistry. This is chemistry, right? Chemical chemistry. So this part of the brain tells this part of the body to release insulin because of whatever requirement, okay, glucose. You gotta break down glucose into smaller pieces so that we can get, because that's glucose is energy, right? Now, as soon as the insulin is released, the body starts to accumulate insulin, and the amount of insulin tells the pituitary gland to stop the order to release insulin. See? This is called reverse feedback. Okay? So if the pituitary gland tells the pancreas to release insulin, the insulin tells the pituitary gland to stop what?
To stop the order.
The order of insulin. Perfect. The order. Stop the order. Because it cannot stop insulin. Only pancreas can stop insulin. Okay? Pancreas can start the insulin and stop the insulin. It can give the order or stop the order, right? It's called transmission. So it stops the transmission, transmitting the order. Insulin orders the pituitary gland, the subordinate orders the boss. Okay? Make sure you don't forget that. The subordinate orders the boss. Everybody clear? This is what we do. Whenever a child is set inside a pattern, if it's a negative pattern, sazaka, you frown, you punish, whatever you're doing, which is not positive and is a fear-based mechanism, or even it's too positive, you keep rewarding for every single thing or whatever, you pick up a little stone from the road and I'm going to take a selfie and put it on my Facebook, look at my son, Mother Teresa, or whatever, Father Teresa. This boy is going to get too much of a reward or too less of a reward. Whatever, too much of carrot, too much of stick. Permanently a stick, permanently a carrot. So, whatever the pattern is, small micro events, make sure you understand. As soon as the pattern is set, the brain starts getting dictated. Look at this brain, this is a child's brain, okay? The brain itself gets a new organ made. That's organ, it's not an organ, it's called a pattern. But that pattern starts behaving like an organ. So every single time, every single instance, that pattern is going to become the boss of the brain. The brain is going to become subservient, like insulin became the boss of pituitary gland. Just like that, that fear or that entitlement, that need to get the reward, that is going to dictate the way his brain is going to behave. That's called cognitive lock. Once the cognition is locked by the year 11th, maybe even 10th, sometimes even 9, irreversible for life. But 100% sure for 11th and 12th year, he's not going to change now. Because the brain is locked. The chemistry is locked. Brain is going to function based on that pattern. Now, whatever happens in his or her life, he's going to go through the same sort of anxiety, stress, trauma, fear, even though it's going to be a tiny little thing. But you won't even know that this boy or a girl, even though he's going to be 20, even 30, he's going to go through a little child, a trauma of something which is going to happen during a driving or a restaurant or a dinner or a friendly debate, or could be anything. But you won't know that his brain is subservient to a certain chemical process that initiated when he was 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. Now, this is something which is called cognitive lock, cognitive locking. Once a brain is locked, then you cannot open these barriers. Okay? So, these barriers need to be opened, but you can only open these barriers if you've already not locked the brain. मसला ये है कि ज़्यादातर पाकिस्तानियों के brains locked है because of the adverse political, social and domestic issues. And the worst of the worst problem, where's the camera? The joint family system. This kills everything. Because if you're not locking him, Bade Tayabu has locked him. If you are not locking her, आपकी नंद ने कर दिया. And she's going to get a totally different treatment from her khala and a totally opposite treatment from her pupo just because her khala is giving her X treatment. Because something about you is either loved or resented by either of these parties. And there's so many people, you're not going to be able to control your brother-in-law's wife and brother-in-law. That's why this is the biggest curse of our system, that our kids keep getting cognitively locked and we cannot undo those patterns. और वो वही वाले पैटर्न्स ले लेके आगे जा रहे हैं, वही फिर बड़े होकर नवाज शरीफ को वोट डाल रहे हैं, इमरान खान को डाल रहे हैं, वही अपने कॉलेज में वही हरकतें कर रहे हैं, यूनिवर्सिटी में. I mean, they're doing the exact same things. And this is why I need you to understand how big of a problem it is. Now, what is the barrier? First and foremost, 5th year ke andar, you need to get him out of the fear zone. He is born to be in the fear zone. That's your barrier. You got to break the barrier. Okay, how do I break the barrier? You got to, here you go, okay? Fear. First and foremost, break the herd psychology. How? You're going to give him confidence, a challenge. Who was talking about critical thinking, that we follow the convention, right? That's called herd psychology. Every animal follows the herd. Human beings are not designed to follow the herd. They are supposed to follow the herd while they're children. This age, if he's following the herd, something's wrong because his prefrontal cortex is already developed. How old are you now?
14.
Oh yeah, about 3 years. It's going to take about 10 more years. Some part of it even develops at the age of 28, 29. But most of it is developed by the age of 12, 13, okay? This is the front. This is the part, this is called the center of rationale. All of your life decisions are going to be made from this part. All the decisions. Whether it's a sin or not, whether it's a hasana or not, whether it's the right thing to do, whether did you do the problem solving on this or not. This is something, your center of rationale. Huda, this part. On the day of judgment, Allah Azza wa Jal says, everyone's going to stand on the floor like this. There's going to be strings from the skies coming down, they're going to lock our foreheads. Everyone will be locked with a string coming from the heavens. Every human being, different string. Because we thought from here, we decided from here, they're going to get the data from here. So, if he's got the prefrontal cortex, why is he following the herd? Why is he not challenging, asking questions? Why is he not experimenting? Why is he not taking the risk? Well, if he's not taking the risk, he's afraid of something. What is cortisol? Cortisol is the chemical of fear. His body is full of cortisol. He's being locked or has already been locked. Okay? So how are you going to do that? Push him. It's called the Peltzman effect, P with a P, Peltzman. Then what is the Peltzman effect? Peltzman effect is when you know that the people who have high stakes, like your father, mother, they have stakes in your life, right? They are supporting you to take a chance, even if you fail, it's on them because they're supporting you in this, they're endorsing you, then you take higher risks. The more support you're going to get, the higher the risk you're going to get, okay? That means you have less fear to take risks. And if you need to do global things, you need to take some risks. And for that kind of confidence, it comes from daddy and mommy. Okay? Because remember the black slide? Any and everything is self or family preservation, right? But if the family is pushing you to do global things, then there is no stopping you. But if your family is against you and you're trying to think, oh, Sahil Adeem told me to do global things, you're not going to be able to do it because deep down, all you want to do is whatever is for your family, right? Because that's how they train you. So, but if they're training you to go do the big things, just like when the seat belts were invented, everybody started driving faster. Why did people start driving faster when the seat belt was invented? They felt safe, they could take a risk. That's called the Peltzman effect. Okay? It only comes when your house is backing you up. If your house is not backing you up, or ladkiyon se behtar kaun janta hai. If your daddy is not standing with you, no matter what you do, you're going to be a tiny little chicken. But if your father is standing with you, no human being, men or women, can stop you from achieving whatever, because you know what? You got the power from the house. But the worst part about us Pakistanis is, and even Indians, as soon as we get them married, we divorce our own daughters. Hence, they'll be afraid in their in-laws and they won't be able to take a chance. Hence, they're not going to be able to break the barrier for their kids because a timid mother is not going to raise a courageous boy. So she needs to be courageous to get her kids out of here. But she herself is so afraid. How is she going to break this barrier? 5th to 11th, for creativity and for experimentation, you need, and what the key thing is, that you need him to be involved with other boys his age, her to be with other girls this age, because this is something which she is born with. It's called bonding. Okay, bonding, sacrifice, bonding, relationship building, bonding, leadership. Bonding के बगैर globe नहीं इकट्ठा होना था ना. You were born with the sense of bonding people together. How? You give people your own share. People start coming towards you. You protect people, protectiveness. People come towards you. You honor people. You fight for the honor of people. You fight for the stakes of people. That's a thing of honor for you. Okay, ghaira. Okay, in Islam the word is ghaira. That you cannot let any wrong thing happen in your presence. People come under you. Okay, that's how bonding is done. So, how are you going to do that? You start making groups, making him play team sports, give him projects which had other boys there. Make sure she is affiliated with some few of her girls her age, whether it's in school, whether it's in her neighborhood, and she's doing some actual tasks which those 5 or 6 girls are doing, maybe more. That's going to start. That's how it's going to start. Okay. Unless she starts associating and collaborating by the age 11, she's going to get locked out and she's going to live like a loner and she's going to think, oh, I'm a lone ranger, I'm a hero, I'm a one-man army. One-man army is not in Islam. One-man army is isolation. You're not a one-man army. You are a part of a community. We are not one-man armies here. We're not superstars to be, or sab fail ho gaye, main akela chal. That's not Islam. We got to bring everybody together. That's our job. The only real job of a Muslim right now is to facilitate the cluster to come together. That's your PhDs. If you're not, Myra, if you're not connecting all Indian Muslims in Hyderabad and all of that South India and Pakistan, then I'm sorry, you coming to England was a waste. Because they're going to listen to you because they envy you, because you have the exposure to academia, you have the exposure to the political platform, and you'll find out in 5 years of how strong that is. I'll show you. Okay? First, let me get through this. Now, come back to 13 and 18th. This is the age where all the mommies go crazy. Even though that is the finest age of a human being. Prefrontal cortex starts to build up. Human being starts to reflect. Why am I here? What's the purpose? Why do these people say something else and do something else? Okay? This is where he's trying to reflect now. This is what we call the teenage syndrome, even though it's not a teenage syndrome, it's an asset. This man is challenging, but he is not qualifying you because he's disqualifying every single parent because करते कुछ हैं, बोलते कुछ हैं, मुझे कहते हैं नेक बनना, खुद उम्दा मिसाल है बदी की, वो फिर क्या करता है, बोल तो सकता नहीं है, वो चुप होना शुरू होता है. We call it, oh, बच्चा टीनेज में है तो इसके hormones, it's prefrontal cortex, it's not the hormones. You're looking at a different part of the body. यहाँ पे अब सबसे important organ बन रहा है, वो कोई नहीं देख रहा. टीनेज यहाँ से डिप्रेशन में जाता है. मोमिनीन के घर में बच्चे टीनेज में डिप्रेशन, सहाबा के बच्चे टीनेज से गुजरे और पीक पे चले गए थे, उनको नहीं टीनेज डिसऑर्डर. हमारों क्यों हो रहे? Because we are not living up to our own, we are not following through our own things. किताबें दीन इस्लाम की काम हमने की है सारे के सारे हिंदुओं वाले. सो वो भी नहीं, बल्कि हिंदू भी शर्मा जाएं. दे फील लाइक इतना तो हमने भी नहीं किया था. जय राम जी की. सो रिफ्लेक्शन, ओरिजिनेशन. At the teenage, this boy or girl will kill herself but not replicate anything. Because, this boy or girl wants to be original, experiment, gain her identity right now. But we make sure, no, experiment nahi karna. If you're not going to experiment, how are you going to be how are you going to be original? Well, we're not going to let them. So, make sure. जो आज़ादी इसको इस वक्त चाहिए इस्लाम में, उससे ज़्यादा मतलब उतनी ज़रूर दें. और जो कैद हमने टीन एज पर डाली हुई है, उतनी इस्लाम उसको आज़ाद करने की बात कर रहा है। जितने हमने टीन एज कैद किए हैं ना मुसलमानों ने, इस वजह से उम्मत तबाह हुई है। तो this boy, this girl, they are supposed to be experimenting, reading books, writing stuff, going, meeting people, playing sports, collaborating, doing certain tasks. बेशक गलत कर रहे हो, they're teenagers, they're supposed to have some errors, right? Maybe even more errors. मगर अभी नहीं शुरू करेंगे तो फिर वही 50 ईयर के बाद पहला हरकत की थी और पता चला सारी उम्र नाकाम रहा। So बैरियर समझ आ गए। Come back to pathways. Barriers का उलट pathways. This is collaboration. I've actually covered this. Collaboration, coherence, risk and initiatives. One thing mothers should know, fathers should also know, boys, especially age 1 to 5, we need a lot of women in the house. Puppo ho ya khala ho, give the boys, little boys, to women. Okay, we need oxytocin. That's a chemistry of sacrifice. वरना वो selfish होगा, oxytocin से selfless होगा. If he has selfishness, he has no oxytocin. If he has selflessness, all he is oxytocin. और आदमियों में oxytocin नहीं होती. We are not born with it. I mean, we have it, of course, we're born with it, but it's 3 points to 97 points versus a man and a girl of the same size. So get all the women in. And the best part is, if a boy is raised in women in the first 5 years, all is going to be flowing with oxytocin. बच्चे की oxytocin माँ को देख के ही flow होना शुरू होती है. And remember, locking, just like locking, बिल्कुल cognitive pathways का locking का उलट होता है. You're unlocking. Okay? Here you're unlocking. You're making new pathways into the brain. So make sure with oxytocin, you put closeness, physical care, love and affection, physical love and affection. Make sure you hug and, hold the child physically. सीने से लगा के रखें. Most of the time he should understand that this is a normal status. Everyone's going to hold me, hug me, kiss me, because he's under 5. He's 4, 5, 3. That should be a normal thing. By age 5 to 11, he should get some entitlement, creativity, relative, comparisons, and understand how and what is he doing. That's how dopamine is organically transmitted, not through cell phones and televisions. And his physical activity, his sports activity, his gym activities should give him dopamine. Most of the dopamine is gotten through gyms, okay, not through cell phones, the real ones. And then by 13 or 18, what is serotonin? Serotonin is the leadership chemical. If I know that I am the most competent man in some certain skill, I have high serotonin in all of those people who are competing in that skill. Okay? So if I have a bigger purpose, global, then nobody can compete with my serotonin because, unless someone who also has a bigger purpose of globe, okay, and comes and says, you know what, I want to do the same thing, then I'm not in any competition with that guy. Okay? It's not the Olympics, it's Islam, right? So he's not going to affect my serotonin. So I am not going to get depressed by comparing myself and say, you know what, this guy's got more skill, more talent, more nothing. If he's got, anything which I can use so that I can make a bigger cluster, I'll show you how, okay? Then it's going to raise my serotonin. Forget about serotonin for now. It's a little technical. वहाँ से आप लोग out ना हो जाएं. Make sure you understand. दुनिया में सारे के सारे इंसान एक दूसरे को एक दूसरे से कंपेयर करते हैं, ख़वातीन से, आदमी से. कभी इसलिए औरतों को कभी आदमियों से फ्रिक्शन नहीं हुई और औरतों को हमेशा औरतों से फ्रिक्शन हुई है. It is very tough for a desi woman to talk to desi woman and not have a grudge. Okay? But you guys never ever hold grudges against us when you're having conversation. अब हम आदमी भी इतने यूज्ड हो गए, हम भी डर जाते हैं. हमारी बेगम किसी और औरत से बात कर रही है, हम भी डरते हैं. अभी कोई फड्डा पड़ा. Something is going to be said और जो ताने में ले लिया जाएगा. We are all afraid. We are all Pakistanis. We know that. और अगर हमने बेगम से कह दिया ना, उसको बात का मतलब ये तो नहीं था, तुमने ज़्यादा ही नेगेटिव ले लिया, तो तलाक हो सकती है हमें. So we have to side with our wives to say, you know what, I want to save the man. Who cares about that strange woman, man? She's evil. Let's go. So it becomes a vicious circle. Why? Because there's a competition we're born with, okay? As I said, जन्नत में सबसे खूबसूरत औरत होना आपका ज़रूरी है, वरना वो आपकी जन्नत नहीं है. Okay? और सबसे ज़्यादा पावरफुल आदमी हमारा होना ज़रूरी है, वरना मेरी जन्नत नहीं है. So we keep comparing power to power, influence to influence. And if you have a global purpose, you will naturally need people of power. Rather than competing with them, you'll start using them. Okay? With people of money, you'll be like, okay, I need the billionaires, I'll use you. I need the politicians, I'll use you. Because you need all of them. I'll show you how it works. This is how it works. This is how, let me just show you here. First, let me show you the original slide here. This is people with global purpose coming together. Okay? You know what these people are? Just English, the England, who are 280,000 Jews in England alone. Only 280,000, 3 lakh. You know how many Muslims in England? 4 million. You know how much, what is the difference? 3 lakh or 40 lakh. 3 lakh Yahudi, 40 lakh Musliman. Kidhar? England mein. When they have a global purpose, this is how they behave. Okay? Look at what you're supposed to do. Okay? This is what you're going to do. Dhyan. Huda, look at me, focus. Okay? You're going to take over the globe, then you need Muslims, part of the machine. You need 4 types of Muslims. You need the political Muslims, either you become one or you use some. You become academic Muslim, you write books, you get the Nobel Prize, you aim for the Fields Medal, or you have to use them. You get the financial Muslims who are business leaders, millionaires, you become one or you use one. But you have to have the moral capital. They are only going to come under you if you are a righteous Muslim. So you either have to have a moral capital and use 3, or you better have all of these 4. Moral, political, financial, and mental. So what they did was, look at this. This is just your country. Give you a line. 3% of American Jews, total 3% in America are Jews. How many people in cabinet right now? 27 out of 30. Do the math. What is percentage? What is the percentage? 27 out of 30 is? Yeah, what is the number? What is that number? So 3%, then only 3% in America. You know what these blue people are? These blue people are your English citizens. Not just these. Look, these 2. English. Not just these 2. You know who these are? These are 280,000 only in England, but they are always, always, always in position of power. These 2. You know how many Muslims in America? 18 in the history of England. Muslims, not just Pakistanis, Muslims who ever reached this position. You know, dobara batao, ye dekho, look at you. Maher, Huda, why do I keep calling you Maher? Huda, focus. This is just one family, okay? Jews are one family. One family. They have a global purpose. They come together as a community. They call each other a part of a machine. And they call everybody the machine. And that's what they do. Everybody for everybody. Okay? All of these are England nationals in Milton Keynes and other cities. Doing the same thing so that they can somebody's purpose met for whatever the community's purpose is. That guy was called Theodore Herzl, okay? That's where we started, okay? They believed in that guy. Maybe someday, inshallah, someone's going to believe in your book or your word, and they're going to come in. But you'll have to influence them, right? You have to make sense. So, how do they do that? Huda, this is how you do that. 287,000 people, which is 0.5% of England. 0.5% of England is this. ये 0.5 है और ये सारे पार्लियामेंट में बैठे हैं आपके. ये सारे people opposition में बैठे. आपके घरों पे to get that, ये है आपका global purpose. This is the global purpose. इतना सा इनको 4 मरले का इलाका चाहिए और देखिए क्या कर रहे हैं। पूरी दुनिया को अफेक्ट करेंगे तो 4 मरले सिक्योर होंगे ना। उल्टा काम है ना, हज़रत इब्राहिम ने यहाँ 4 मरले से पूरी दुनिया पकड़ी थी, इन्होंने पूरी दुनिया से 4 मरले पकड़ लिया। Like literally the opposite. The people of Ibrahim are doing the exact, but you have to use the global force. So, Huda, look, you want to count these people? Give me a ballpark. How many? Okay, how many people are these? Here, this is present. Okay, all of these guys, they're sitting in just one room right now. Right now, right here, room 1. Why? They have a simple purpose. This is how they get support, Zayan. 3.5% of the population, 0.5%, Zayan. Okay, most of them live in just one city called Gateshead. 0.5% of the whole country, 0.5. All of them go through one field. You know what that is? They score high, they go through their books, and when they talk and when they write, everybody listens, everybody reads, because they make sense. You know what? They've gone through that education, Huda. They read and they gain knowledge. 22,000 total professors in England, 0.5% population. How many? 7,800 only from that 0.5%. You see how global purposes are met? You know what community looks like? This is what community looks like, Huda. This is the shape of a community. And look at us, single individual sitting here. Everybody is thinking, how can I beat the other person and become more richer or famous or all of that? That's not that's a cancer. Okay? This is what a community looks like. 900 total Nobel Prize, Sudha, till the start of Nobel Prize. 900 total. 225 to one family. You know what family is, right? Purpose. 225. You know how many Muslims Nobel Prize have? 1. 2 billion Muslims, 1. 2 billion Muslims, 1 Nobel Prize. 2 million Jews, 225. When people come together with a purpose, they know what they have to achieve. That's called a community. Okay? So, let me show you a little more so that you can understand how it's done. Then focus on this, okay? This is what I'm talking about. You need to get moral capital, which is Islam, Quran and Seerah. If you do not have the Quran and you do not have Seerah, people of politics are not going to listen to you. They'll be like, dude, I'd rather work with the crook I can depend on, because I need people who I can depend on. Okay? Because if you are not morally high, no one's going to depend on you. No one's going to listen to you. So that's a prerequisite. That means you're credible, you're honest, you're dependable, most of all. You're dependable. When you commit, you fulfill. Remember, the Prophet said, if a Muslim commits and doesn't fulfill, he is not part of Islam. Okay? So moral capital is a prerequisite. That is built how? Inside the house. This built how? Built inside the house. This, where is it built? It's not built inside the house. Okay? Financial capital is not built inside the house. Okay? 75% plus of UK Jews never got a job. They jump into entrepreneurial projects from day one. All of the Muslims, doctor banogi na beta pade, okay? Varna fail ho. Doctor fail ho varna. Engineer, doctor, otherwise shame on you. That is not how communities work. Communities work by understanding where is the need. This is the need. If he is a doctor, बनाए आप डॉक्टर मेरी तरफ से बिल्कुल. You want to make him a doctor, but he better become a biologist after the doctor. I need scientists. Right now I know where the need is. Doctors can make better biologists. If you want to make her an engineer, I want her to go into mathematics then, because mathematics की base के ऊपर engineering कर रही है. उसके बाद, because I need the mental capital way more उसकी नौकरी से मेरे कोई पैसे नहीं आने कम्युनिटी में, जितना मर्जी आता था 2.5% ज़कात दे रही होगी या दे रहा होगा. It's not going to fetch us anything. So every human being matters, right? Because if I am not contributing to the community, I am the problem. Remember Huda? So your jobs are not going to fetch us money. But if you're competent in the job and you're growing, then you're growing through mental capital of your books, your articles, and your journals or whatever research you're going to do. If you're not doing research, you're not at all useful in this category. So you'd rather make a lot of money or you make a lot of influence and gain a lot of power. You have no other choice but to gain any of these three. ये तो सबके पास होना ज़रूरी है, अदरवाइज you're not even a Muslim. मसला ये है इस वक्त पॉलिटिकल पावर वालों के पास भी ज़ीरो मॉरल है, फाइनेंशियल वालों के पास भी ज़ीरो मॉरल है. Ironically, high IQ बच्चों के पास भी ज़ीरो मॉरल्स हैं. They come up with techniques to, defraud the system. So what we need is to make sure these four, this is how these four are done. Let me show you how these four are done. Zayan, focus on this. This is the globe, remember? Remember the globe? The planet Earth? Huda, same globe, eh? Focus on this. This is when they found out, okay, how many family members do I have? Here, 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 here. Not many, Huda, not many, only this many, world total. Then they looked, what is our political worth? These people like us, these people like us, these people like us, and they hate us. They like us, so recognition. So what they did was, Huda, focus, when everybody comes together, you don't need everybody, you just need the right kind of people. You know how many Jews are actually getting everyone together in Israel? 24. That's all it takes. If the whole community is performing, only 24 is even a good number. Because they don't need the money from the Jews. You know where they're getting it? They're getting it from everybody else. This is 24 people in the right places. This is what they do. I'll show you these faces of these 24 people. These people, and these people, these are the 24 people who make this happen. They come together with the same purpose, this happens. This. And the most important, this, look at the GDP. Right people in the right place. It only takes 5 to 7 years of Hudas and Zayans. And what's your name? Tuba? Really, man, you guys win the prize for the toughest room in the world. How do you pronounce this? What's the spelling? Dua. Dua. Oh, okay. It's your accents, You should come up with some new name for this country, not England, yeah? Because English is not, this doesn't sound like this. So, Zayan, you see this? Zayan, I want you to see this. First, look at this. You know what these are? These are groups. Groups brought together by people who have bigger purposes. That's it. You know how they come together? By listening to somebody talking. It doesn't take money. Like I'm talking to you, you're listening. Somebody is talking here, somebody else is listening, and the Scottish Council of Jewish Communities formed. That's it. That's called influence. But you gotta make sense. And here, this is how people react to their purpose. This is how people hate them. This is how they assess. Look at the country, 51% mainly positive, otherwise even America does not really go well with them. Everything else is just against them. Everybody else is against them. You pick a country, you'll find out how many people are against them. That's a tough project to take, and they took it. This is the current stats, by the way, okay? This is not old, this is 2014. That's where they took the job that, you know what? We're going to topple all of this sentiment. We're going to make sure that our purpose is met. Everybody in together. Then let me tell you a little story so that you can understand. This guy, David Cohen, okay? This guy, let me show you another one. Yeah, this woman, Janet Yellen. Make sure you remember these names, faces. Their fathers and their grandfathers, their fathers were born under the German sewage system. You know what a sewage system is, eh? Yeah. Their grandfathers and mothers were allowed to come out in the streets to see the sun and the sky only on Thursdays. The rest of the 6 days, live under the sewage. They used to eat under the sewage, live under the sewage, have babies, and talk to each other. Their fathers were born. You need to understand, when people come together, they have to come together as a group. They were born in the sewage systems. You know how many dollars it takes to live in a sewage system? Zero. They had nothing. They were not supposed to, they were not allowed to buy or wear clothes. This is what they did. They took over the world in one generation. Why? Because they wanted a purpose. They knew the definition that if everyone's coming together, I'm a part of a machine. Uda. I need to fix this whole machine and I got to take over. So what they did was, in the sewage, you know what they used to say to each other? One statement, 4 words. Every single person saying it to every single, and every parent saying it to every child. What was that statement? Next year in Jerusalem. Next year in Jerusalem. For 40 years, they kept saying this to our kids, to each other. Next year in Jerusalem. That is the global purpose. Next year in Jerusalem. Even though, where were they? They were under the sewage in Germany. But they said next year in Jerusalem. Did they happen to go there next year? No. It took a generation. That's why they are making sure they don't end up back in the sewers. They need this. We all need this. Everybody needs this. That's why I'm telling you to make sure you get to have this. If you don't do this, if you don't train your kids for this, with a certain purpose, I'll tell you this right now, just in the first slide. If you are raising fractured Muslims, then God help us all. But if you do this with a purpose, then either one of your kids I need for this or this or this, everyone fits somewhere. And everyone for the same purpose. I need you in power in England. Otherwise, we won't be able to call a lot of shots in African Muslims or Pakistani Muslims or Indian Muslims. Palestine is just a start. Indian Muslims are next. We need people in power in England, Muslims, in America, in Germany, in France, so that we can have these, come on. So, this is something which you need to develop. Make sure, this is not much to ask, just develop these 4. Agle 10 saal hamara kaam ho jayega. Make sure you focus on these 4. God has gifted us with these 4. You just have to polish them. Make sure you are conscious कि अगले साल में ये कितने % बढ़ रही है, इससे अगले पर कितने बढ़ रही है, and so on and so forth. And again, I cannot emphasize enough. I have to go back because I don't want to miss the point here. This is the point here. Unless this is set properly, and make sure everyone in this is how they did it. And if they were thinking like this, every one of them would have been dead, literally dead. So they came together. We are thinking like this, and we are worse than that. Prophet ﷺ said, Rasulullah ﷺ said, that right now you're in thousands, you over the world. You do anything, the world. See, show you the map. Thousands of people only did that. One day will come, and then you will be in billions like us today. and people will be feasting over you like as if you were served over the dinner tables. The Prophet ﷺ was asked, "Oh Rasulullah, we will be billions and still will be served like food?" Food meaning that someone who cannot defend himself or herself against whatever is going to happen to him. That's why he called food, because food cannot defend when you're going to cut and eat it. So the Prophet ﷺ said, yes, you will. So what will happen, O Rasulullah? The companion asked. The Prophet ﷺ said, you are going to have two things. You're going to have two things. It's called wahan. Say it with me, wahan. W-A-H-N. Wow, ha, noon. Wahan. This is the psychology and the disposition of wahan. What is wahan? Wahan means the fear of death, that's against self-preservation, and the love of this world. Okay, this is wahan. Once you have wahan, doesn't matter how many you are, wherever you are, doesn't really matter, what you look like or act like, or if you have money or not. If you have this, and you have those four pillars, then you are the biggest enemy I can possibly have. But if you don't have this, and you have this, and then you have those four, then you are the soldiers of Allah, trying to fulfill the purpose of Ibrahim alayhi salam and Muhammad Mustafa sallallahu alayhi wasallam. But if you have this, and you do not have those four capitals, then you are going to go through psych wards and mental health medications, because you'll know what to do, but you won't be able to do it. So what are you going to do? You're going to have to make sure that you use England as a potential, as a platform. You use their Cambridges and Oxfords. If you're not going to go to Cambridge or Oxford or get a degree which is going to give you competence, Huda, there is no point of you being in England. You could have been an Huda in Mianwali or Islamabad or Karachi anyway. We sent you here so that you can gain competence here. And you can send your competence and use your competence for us back home. You understand me? Next year in Jerusalem. That's our purpose too. Next year in Jerusalem. If you're not going to perform, we won't be able to be next year in Jerusalem, eh? But if you don't have that same purpose, then it doesn't matter whether you're performing, Myra. I know it hurts. I know, it hurts. It's okay. Suck it up. We gotta do next year in Jerusalem. So, ये मैं आपको कोई कहानियाँ सुनाई होती, theory बताई होती. I gave you names. I gave you faces. I gave you money. I literally gave you everybody. This is how it's done. This is your country mates. Google them up. See how they rose the trajectory of their own lives. They were kids once, Zayan. Huda, ye bhi aap jitni bachchi thi kabhi, Michelle. Ye Susan aap jitni thi, that's Michael, I just told Michelle. Susan was just your age one time. Somebody was telling her that she's part of a big machine. Okay? So, she took to the task. You need to understand that. She's married, she's got kids, she's got a lot of, good car, a lot of things going on. But she knows what to do. Ye sari cheezein distraction na ho jaye. Okay? You need to be very clear. And I don't want you to go to just in politics and parliament. No. It's okay. Some people are doing it. That's enough. मगर या तो आप business leadership में बच्चे ऊपर लेके जा रहे हो, या political leadership में, या फिर academic leadership में. इन तीनों में के अलावा आपके पास option नहीं है इस वक्त. I need your kids in either one of these three, and that too, performing really well. One time I asked this professor, my own professor, Zayan, I said, you know what, you guys have really empowered Israel. All of you Jews come together. And he said, you Muslims have always gotten it wrong. I was a student. I was probably 5 years older than you at that time. Okay, I asked him as a rabbi. Actually, he was teaching me, in Toronto. So he said, You Muslims always get us wrong. Jews are not empowering Israel. Jews are not empowering, strengthening Israel. Israel is empowering the Jews. The purpose is making us work more. The purpose is putting pressure on us to gain bigger muscles. That's how simple the math is. We just don't get it. So unless we want next year in Jerusalem, we will not gain enough muscle to be in Jerusalem. If you're running for the Olympics, you need a lot of muscle. But if you're running for just England, you don't need that kind of muscle. So your purpose gives you a requirement of the skill, okay? This is why I wrote this here. Okay, list of requirements. What are the list of requirements? Well, if you have a bigger purpose, way bigger requirements. Then nothing less than a Nobel Prize or a Fields Medal if you go in the academic way. Nothing less than 200,000 or 300,000 people under your influence if you go in the political way. Okay? Nothing less than $1 billion if you go in the financial way. Nothing less. You need to see how power is done. And you're going to find people like me, and a lot of people like me, who are going to give you platforms. Here you go, come together now. I have a platform. Come together. Right names, right people at the right age. Come together. I'll connect you all. That's it. Rest is just Jerusalem. You just have to come together on platforms. There are going to be many platforms. Don't worry. Even if there is, make one. It's okay. But there's so many. All you have to do is make sure you're performers. Okay, kids, you're not performing in England. You could have easily performed in Pakistan, I swear to you. But वहाँ पे performance का कोई फायदा नहीं होना. Either performance का फायदा होना है. I need you performing here. Okay? Everybody clear? So this is where it all comes down to. Please make sure, parents, if you're fracturing this, if you're shifting our nation to here, then it's on you, it's not on anyone else. Okay, फिर आखिरत में आपसे सवाल होना है कि ये क्या किया आपने? ये वाहन तो बचपन में डाल दिया आपने, बड़े होकर डालते, अपनी मर्जी से वो डालते, आपने as a mother वाहन डाल दिया या father डाल दिया, then it's on you. Okay, any questions, anyone?
It might sound a negative question, but isn't it all prophesized? I mean, we should always strive for, getting to Jerusalem and everything, and, getting into politics.
Jerusalem is just a symbol.
I know what you mean.
They needed Jerusalem. We have لِيُظْهِرَهُ عَلَى الدِّينِ كُلِّهِ means all of the planet has to have a certain rule of law of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Hakam. Okay? Jerusalem is a symbol for them.
I understand that.
The globe is a symbol for us, okay? Every part of the planet is Allah's. I'm sorry. Yeah, so.
What's happening right now, like Muslims? Like, I raised my hand exactly at the time when you said about that hadith about, Muslims being in billions. So isn't it all like prophesied 1400 years ago that, this is going to happen to us? And we can clearly see it happening.
No, we can't. See, listen, we're not going to be billions for just the one time that is right now. Okay? It is also prophesied that a man is going to commit adultery with his mother. It's going to come a time. We should start doing that too.
No, we're not doing it.
We are killing Palestinians. Make sure, nobody leave any doubt. Israel is not killing Palestinians. We are. We are 2 billion. That dude has 200,000. And we are the one who's staring at Palestinians. Oh, it's prophesied. No, it's not prophesied like this. It can happen 3 times in our time, in our age. It can happen, maybe if we keep letting it happen, then there's not going to be any Palestine. But that's not in the prophecy. We got to save Palestine, number one. Number two, who's to say this is the same time that Prophet ﷺ is talking about? Maybe 200 years from now, same event's going to happen again, or even worse. even if it is the time, even if it is, I'll give you that, even if it is time. My job is to fight for what is right. Okay? Even in the time of the Dajjal, people are going to fight the Dajjal. Okay? Even though he's prescribed not to fight, but a couple of them are gonna, and they prophesied as the greatest of them all people. Okay? Even though, they're not going to win. They're not going to win. No one's going to win from the Dajjal except Isa ibn Maryam, right? So what I'm saying is, just because it's prophesied, we do not know when and at what wave and with what spike the prophecy is for. So we're going to keep striving for whatever is right. Even if there's one child, it's not just Palestine. Even if a Christian or a Jew or a atheist child is being butchered like the way they're killing Palestine, we got to do everything about it. It's not just Palestine. I mean, it's not. We're Muslims. We don't have pieces of land, and we don't die for piece of lands.
We have to change as a group. Einstein said, doing the exact same thing and expecting a different result is a definition of insanity.
Yeah, exactly. And it is Einstein himself also who said that this world, Zayan, is not getting corrupted by people who are doing the wrong thing, but it is getting corrupted by people who are not doing anything about it and just staying quiet, even though they know what's the right thing to do. But they play spectators. Okay, so it's not about us. Okay, it's about our purpose. It is going to be the same crowd here, you and me. Hum sab ikatthe honge. I'm telling you, I promise you this. On the day of judgment, every one of us will be standing just like we're sitting right now. And same questions are going to be asked. एक ही सवाल हम सब से ज़यान, मेरे से भी आपसे भी और अली बिन अबी तालिब से भी, मेरे से भी आपसे भी और उमर बिन खत्ताब से भी. Same question. Guess what he's going to be answering. And what am I going to do? Well, you know what? I had no means, or I missed out, or my mommy confused me. It's not going to work. Okay? So you don't have a choice here. It's not a choice that we have. It's a purpose. That's a prescribed mandatory. That's Islam. Take over now. It's not like it's impossible. Look how possible it is. They did it. And they are doing it every single time. How? They just start working. And why do they keep on working? कहाँ से energy लाते हैं? Where did they get the energy from? The purpose. But you're going to play solo, I'm going to play solo, I'm going to lose my energy. It's not humanly possible to have an energy every single day if I'm playing solo. But if there's a community and everyone's a reminder, and my kids are in this too, my brother is in this too, my sister is in this too, my wife, my mother, everyone's in this together, then I got nothing else to do but win. Because all my stakeholders are in the game. So energy is the least of my problems. Right now, Muslims, सब के सब मुसलमान क्या बच्चा सुस्त हो गया कुछ नहीं करता नकारा नकारा. Why? Well, energy sector zero. Why would anyone want to move, man? Without a purpose, how do you even expect this boy or girl to come out of his room, let alone come out of his house, let alone come out of his country? Without a big purpose, he's not going to be able to do anything. And it's not like कोई एहसान कर रहा है, वो काम ही ये दुनिया में इंसान का. That's why we're here. That's the least we can do. These people are regular human beings. Sometimes you have no idea what kind of mistakes these guys make. Blatant stupidity, but लगे हुए हैं काम कर रहे हैं. Not everyone's perfectly placed in the perfect spot. No. Some people are fighting with each other as well. हो जाता होता है ऐसे. But bigger part of the machine is moving. USA, Germany, France, England, everybody. They come together, magic happens. Slowly? Well, yeah, it used to be slowly. Now, 4 people flew, Huda. 4 people, 2 from England, 1 from France, 1 from Germany. 4 Jews flew to America. 24 hours later, $100 billion were given to Israel by America. They were not politicians. They were people of influence who moved politicians. They were writers. They were, 2 of them are lawyers. Professors of law, not just lawyers, professors. But they're connected. Who are they connected to? Well, with each other. मैं तो आपसे और आप मुझसे फ़ायदा नहीं उठा सकते खाली अपने मुसलमान होने का, बल्कि इफ़ एनीथिंग मेरे दुनिया में होने की वजह से आपको काफ़ी सारे नुकसान है, इसलिए कि मैं हर वक्त आड़ में रहता हूँ, कब पत्ता काटूँ आपका, यू नो, कब आपका पत्ता काटूँ, मैं आगे चला जाऊँ, आप पीछे चले जाएं। दिस इज़ द ट्रेनिंग ऑफ सेल्फ प्रेजर्वेशन, दिस इज़ नॉट द ट्रेनिंग ऑफ जो मुसलमानों की हो रही है, वो कम्युनिटी की ट्रेनिंग ही नहीं हो रही। सो understand, it's not just a luxury. If you don't do it, kids, we are all doomed. It's not just you. We are all doomed, I promise you this, if you don't do it, okay? So, on the day of judgment, don't ask me, don't tell anyone that you were not told. Everyone is told today. Gee, any questions? Yes, ma'am. नो चैरिटी की जरूरत नहीं अभी।
नो लाइक अभी हम बैठ के वेट करें और एक जनरेशन रेज करें इसको और देन वेट करें कि फिर जाके बढ़े और व्हाटएवर।
नहीं, आपका नाम क्या है? व्हाट्स योर नेम? अनम। अनम, वॉर अभी उस तरह नहीं होती जिसमें पहले होती थी। आई नो आई विश मोर गर्ल्स थॉट द वे यूर थिंकिंग। ओके, ये विगर जो है ना, ये एसेट है, इसको चैनल करना है, ना बंद होना है, ना इसको गलत इस्तेमाल करना है। गलत क्या मतलब? चैरिटी देके अपने आप को सेटिस्फाई कर लिया, स्ना करना खा रहे। I know. But this is not enough. This is not at all. You feel terrible every day. Guilt. You know, these are all those emotions you feel each day, watching it, feeling. Anam, मैं आपको बताता हूँ. Still you can't do it, and then I've got a blueprint of, you know, I have got the plan, everything. I'm all sorted now. But do I need to wait? No. For raising this generation to get it. It's called long term. Long term में तो अपने बच्चे को बड़े कर दे. Long term. मिड टर्म और शॉर्ट टर्म में आपने और मैंने इकट्ठे काम करना है, ठीक है? बच्चे पहले तो नहीं बढ़ सकते, जब बड़े होने तभी होने, तो वो जल्दी में नहीं, मैं उसको टाइम मशीन में नहीं डाल सकता। इट्स गोना टेक 5 to 7 years फॉर हुदाद एंड बिस्माज एंड ज़यान्स, 5 to 7 years, वो भी कम बता रहा हूँ, मे बी इवन मोर। इफ़ आई डू माई थिंग्स राइट देन 5 to 7 years. इफ़ आई मेक एनी मिस्टेक आई माइट वेस्ट अ कपल ऑफ ईयर्स बिकॉज टाइम इज़ टू शॉर्ट हियर। अब तो ये तो प्लान हो गया इनका, कितना प्रेशर किस मौके पर डालना है मैंने आपको बता दिया। डोंट, नॉट टू मच टू अर्ली, नॉट टू लेट टू लेस, नॉट टू लेट टू लेस। 12वें के बाद प्रेशर डालना है बच्चे पे, नॉट टू मच टू अर्ली। ओके, आपने और मैंने ये जो डेफिनेशन है ना, ये बच्चों को क्लियर, लोगों को भी क्लियर करनी है। सबसे बड़ा मसला मेरे आगे नेतन्याहू नहीं है, मेरे सामने मुफ्ती पाकिस्तान का है, सऊदी अरब का है, इंडिया का है, वो कह रहा है भाई फ़लस्तीन का सवाल हमसे होना ही नहीं। पाकिस्तान में तो उनका आपको पता है, इंग्लैंड में भी आपके मुफ्ती कह रहे हैं हमसे सवाल नहीं होना। पाकिस्तान में तो आपको सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता कि आप अपना कोई पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, ये तो सारे हमने लर्न किए अभी। इंग्लैंड में भी अनम इम्प्लीमेंट कर सके, वहाँ पे तो कोई क्वेश्चन, कोई कुछ भी उसको ब्लास्फेमी का वो करके सारा, यू नो। नहीं, ब्लास्फेमी का तो इसमें कोई ताल्लुक नहीं आएगा, मगर यू राइट, पाकिस्तान में नहीं हो सकता। ब्लास्फेमी के करीब करीब आ जाएगी कि उलमा के खिलाफ क्यों। या so how many girls, how many circles of women or men or boys and girls can you initiate? इनिशिएटिव तो हमें लेना पड़ेगा, मिड टर्म और शॉर्ट टर्म। इनकी अब बात नहीं हो रही, ये हमें पता चल गया, बच्चे लॉक कर दिए हमने कि ओके वी हैव सर्टेन ड्यूटीज अपॉन देम, ईदर ऑफ दीज 4 कैपिटल्स में से, मॉरल के अलावा तीनों में से कोई एक कैपिटल में मैंने इसके ऊपर परफॉर्म करवाना है इसको, चाहे लड़की हो चाहे लड़का हो। बिजनेस लीडरशिप में कोई लड़की की को वो नहीं है, अ गर्ल कैन ऑल्सो बी अ मिलियनेयर, अ बॉय कैन ऑल्सो बी मिलियनेयर, डिपेंडेंट ऑन कि बनाना ही आपको एंटरप्रेन्योर है लड़की को। अगर आपने इसको नौकरियों में डालना है लड़के और लड़कियों को, तो ठीक है आप डालें, फिर मैंने आपसे कहा ना, फिर दूसरी ट्रैजेक्टरी है, फिर फाइनेंशियल पिलर ना एक्सपेक्ट करें आप। फाइनेंशियल पिलर्स के लिए आज तक आप कभी भी नहीं देखेंगे, आटे में नमक के बराबर है। इन लोगों को पता चल गया था पैसे असल में 2 चीज़ों में बनते हैं, एक नेटवर्क और एक आईक्यू। नेटवर्क स्ट्रांग है आपकी और आईक्यू ठीक है आपका। मुसलमान और स्पेशली पाकिस्तानी इन दोनों पे काम नहीं करता। आपकी नेटवर्क होती ही नहीं है और सिफारिशें ढूंढ रहे होते हैं, सर आप किसी तरीके से बात कर दें, बात और यू नो nothing happens. You need to listen, Zayan, let me tell you an example, definition. A career is defined in a way where you'll never miss out on this. A reputation of the authenticity of your skill. Say it with me. Reputation of the authenticity of your skill. So if either one of these three is missing, you're never going to make any money. You're never going to make any politics. Okay? What is reputation? When people get to know your work. What is authenticity? When you're doing the right work better than anyone else. And authenticity of the skill. What is the skill? Whatever part of the work stream that you've taken up. Maybe you're a teacher. Maybe you're a professor in law. Maybe you're a professor in medicine. We do not know. That's something which skill you're going to be old enough, you'll find out your own pathway, okay? But if you do not have a reputation, doesn't matter how skillful you are, how authentic you are. You need to work on both of these things. If you work on both, then you have a career. If you have a career, then you're financially independent. Then people will come to pay you rather than you come to go to. And then if you have to go inside a room and introduce yourself, you do not have a career because there is no reputation, okay? So if they're not calling you in, you still do not have a career yet, okay? Somebody has to call you in to make an offer or assess you if you have a reputation at work, of your work, okay? So, Anam, we need Anams coming together. How? Challenge the current definition. आपको मैं बता नहीं सकता हूँ, you'll be amazed जो पाकिस्तानी यूथ ने जिस लेवल पे डेफिनेशंस चैलेंज कर दी अंकल्स की और बुजुर्गान की कि या आप ठीक है या वो फितरा की आवाज़ ठीक है। सर वहाँ पे हमारे पास भी हदीसें मिल गई हैं, हमारे पास भी हुसैन की सीरा मिल गई है, ये सारे गलत और आप ठीक, ये तो नहीं हो सकता। या आप गलत हैं और वो ठीक थे जो एक भी लड़की के पीछे, और हम तो पाकिस्तानी हैं फॉर गॉड्स सेक्स। किधर है कैमरा? पाकिस्तानी बेशरम, क्या उसे कहते हैं, ना शुक्र एहसान फरामोश। अगर एक लड़की के रेप अटेम्प्ट के ऊपर हज्जाज बिन यूसुफ आर्मी ना भेजता तो हम सब तो हिंदू होते। हम वो एहसान फरामोश हैं कि उनकी बच्चियां नहीं बचा रहे, हमारी बच्ची बचाने के पीछे उसने आर्मी भेज दी थी। डू यू नो द हिस्ट्री ऑफ पाकिस्तान? You should read it, okay? A girl called for help to an Arab. An Arab sent an army because he was getting raped in Karachi. That's how the Muslims came into the Pakistan. So somebody was trying to save a girl and we all became Muslims. और जब उनकी बारी आई, you know what, it's all right. हमसे इस्लाम में सवाल नहीं होगा, हमें तो इस्लाम का पता भी उनकी वजह से चला है. Imagine that. This is the irony. So make sure you understand how I am trying to utilize your current time right now, because you are of age where teenagers are going to listen कि यार ये कर रही है तो मैं भी करूँगा. और आप सबको पता है लड़के फिर कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ कोने खुदरे में पाए जाते हैं. लड़कियों की तो परफॉर्मेंस नजर ही नहीं आ रही होती, इसलिए लड़की रोल मॉडल देखती नहीं. शी नीड्स अ गर्ल, शी कैन नॉट फॉलो मी, शी हैज टू फॉलो यू. शी कैन नॉट रिलेट टू मी, शी विल ये तो आदमी है, इसने तो जाके धक्के खाने ही खाने. But if she sees a girl taking initiatives, getting people together, talking about the right things, and timeline के साथ साथ काम भी देती है लोगों को, then she'll be like, oh भाई ये मैंने भी करना है. क्योंकि फ़लस्तीन के लिए she is old enough to know what's the actual pain. She can see the pain and sense the pain. It doesn't take a 50-year-old woman or man to understand फ़लस्तीन का pain कितना बड़ा है. So we need शॉर्ट टर्म में आपकी फिजिकल इनिशिएटिव्स लें जो कि लड़कियों के एटलीस्ट आपके इंग्लैंड लेवल के ऊपर सर्कल्स क्रिएट होना शुरू हो जाएं, जिसमें आपने ऑफिशियल चैलेंज क्रिएट शुरू करें. इंग्लैंड में इतनी मस्जिदें हैं, आप इनके मुफ्तियान को पकड़ना कि सर पाकिस्तान वाले तो बिल्कुल ही ज़ीरो पे चले गए ना. दे से नहीं, हमसे सवाल नहीं, क्या आप भी ये कह रहे हैं तो आएँ डिबेट करवाएं फिर हमसे. मसला पता क्या नाम, एक मुझे लड़की बता दें जो आप भी जानती हूँ, जो एक मुफ्ती साहब को, जो कि बेशक गलत भी बोल रहा हो, उसको चैलेंज करने के लिए लिटरेचर लेके दिखा. गर्ल्स डोंट रीड. यू शो मी वन एंड आई टेल यू नो व्हाट, चलो ठीक है, आपका कोटा पूरा हो गया. यू वोंट इवन शो मी वन. और वो वाले बंदे थे जिसने गलत तशरीह की. आई गारंटी यू, टेक माई वर्ड फॉर इट, 95%, 99% ऑफ ऑल इस वक्त के करंट स्कॉलरशिप जो इस्लाम में, और वो फ़लस्तीन के लिए फिजिकल इंटरवेंशन के लिए मूव करने के लिए मोबिलिटी नहीं कर रहे, वो गलत है. आई चैलेंज इट थ्रू इस्लामिक लिटरेचर. सो टेक माई वर्ड फॉर इट, इफ यू कैन फाइंड डॉटर्स एंड सन्स ऑफ आवर्स टू स्टार्ट रीडिंग द लिटरेचर एंड स्टार्ट. असले मुसलमान मस्जिदों के अंदर ही एक चैलेंज क्रिएट शुरू करते हैं कि भाई यार हमने कौन सा कहा इंग्लैंड के मुसलमान जाके फ़लस्तीन में लड़ाई करें. हम तो कह रहे हैं पाकिस्तानी फ़ौज को इंटरवीन करवाएं. आपको तो खतरा भी नहीं है जान का. All you have to do is do politics from here, and I'm not saying you're going to be able to do it because Pakistan, इंग्लैंड की जो मस्जिदों के पावर हाउसेज है ना वो इंग्लैंड में नहीं है, ठीक है. वो जितने हैं बस वो आप लोगों ने एक तनख्वाह में मौलवी रखा हुआ ईद की चांद के लिए. अदरवाइज़ फतवा इधर से नहीं इशू होता. फतवा मेन हब से नॉर्थ अफ्रीका से, मिडल ईस्ट से या पाकिस्तान से इशू होता है. जो देसियों का पाकिस्तान से होता है. सो आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि हम पाकिस्तानी यहाँ पे इंग्लैंड की मस्जिदें चला रहे हैं, बट इनका मुझे सर्किटरी पता है ना. यू कैन एटलीस्ट ट्रेन ज़यान्स कि जाओ मस्जिद जाके क्वेश्चन आंसर तो करो. वेयर इज़ द जस्टिफिकेशन कि इसराइल फ़लस्तीन के लिए हम ना करें तो वीर ओके. व्हाट इज़ दैट? इट्स कॉल्ड प्रेसिडेंस. ओके, इस्तदलाल बोलते हैं. व्हाट इज़ द प्रेसिडेंस इन इस्लाम? हैव यू आस्क्ड एनी स्कॉलर येट? व्हाई नॉट? If you haven't asked, that's on you then. You understand me? If he gave a wrong answer, right answer, that's a totally secondary debate. But you didn't even ask, man. Why did you go to the masjid just to listen to whatever he says and not challenge anything? He's not a prophet. You know what I'm saying? You have to be polite. You have to be kind and polite. Okay? Rude person is not a Muslim. But you have to challenge. Be polite. But you gotta quote some reference that this is something I've read. I need you to tell me whether this is right or whatever we're doing is right in England as Muslims. Okay? Start this debate right away at your age. If you're not going to start it, don't blame these folks. Do not blame these folks. वो पता क्या बहाना रख के बैठे हैं, हम एटलीस्ट जनाजे तो पढ़ा रहे हैं इंग्लैंड में. बर्मिंघम में जनाजा हम ही पढ़ाते हैं ना, मस्जिद में निकाह भी हम ही करवाते हैं ना. आपका फतवा लेने हमारे पास ही आते हैं, अब तलाक होती है. That's what they're justifying. कि हम कुछ जो कर रहे हैं ना वो बस वो भी काफ़ी है. और पता क्या बोलते हैं मुझे आपके मुफ्तियान यहाँ पे, आप कभी साहिल साहब मस्जिद आए हैं, 4 सफ़े भर के दिखा दें. ये बातें कर रहे हैं फ़लस्तीन की. मस्जिद तो आया नहीं जाता इनसे. क्या वो बैरेट पे बात नहीं ठीक कर रहे? क्या तुमसे नमाज के लिए तो मस्जिद आया नहीं जाता? तुम जेरूसलम की बात, नेक्स्ट ईयर इन जेरूसलम, यू कैन इवन कम टू दिस प्रेयर इन योर ओन मस्जिद नेक्स्ट ईयर इन जेरूसलम इज़ नॉट पॉसिबल देन. सो even though they're wrong, one has nothing to do with the other, okay? Praying in your own masjid has nothing to do with Palestine and understanding that what is right or wrong, definition. However, they keep throwing our failures in front of us. Because हम basics में भी पास नहीं हो सक रहे हैं. हमारे बच्चे फजर भी नहीं पढ़ते मस्जिद जाके. उसने मस्जिद जाके जुम्मे में चैलेंज किस मुँह से करना है उसको? वो कहेगा नहीं आपसे कि बेटा आप मेरे मोहल्ले के कभी मस्जिद है तुम कभी आए नहीं हो. See, I'm not saying he's going to be right. He'll be wrong in saying that. But he will say that because that's all he can do. Because जितने भी वो मिनिमल कर रहा है वो अपने काम के अंदर वही कर रहा है. सर निकाह में पूरे बर्मिंघम में निकाह मस्जिद के मौलवियों ने कराए ना. मैनचेस्टर के निकाह मस्जिद के मौलवी करा रहे हैं, तलाक़ें भी वही करवा रहे हैं, जनाजे भी वही पढ़वा रहे हैं. इवन तो सबसे आसान नमाज जनाजा नमाज. एंड एवरी मैन शुड प्रे हिज नमाज जनाजा फॉर हिज ओन फादर और एल्डर्स. दैट्स आवर जॉब मैन. Okay, that's our first job. That's the first right my father will have over me or your father will have over you. No stranger can pray for your father the way you can. He is not feeling the pain of the loss of a loved one the way you can and the way you are, okay? So you better, it's the smallest prayer in Arabic. But for whatever prayer that you record, जो दुआ मांगनी है, whatever prayer that you, वो तो आप जब मर्जी मांगे ना नमाज जनाजा में. So we are purposely giving them something so that their ego is satisfied and they are letting us all down in the आखिरा. और हम सब मारे जाएंगे आखिरा में. हम में से एक भी नहीं बचेगा और बचेगी. मैं बता दूं आपको. आप समझ रहे हैं औरत होने का वहाँ पे फ़ायदा उठाएंगे. मैं तो मेरे शोर से पूछ ले, मेरे शोर से. ऐसे नहीं होगा. Your daddies are not going to save you in the day of judgment. No one is going to be like, oh औरत है खैर छोड़ दो. फरिश्ते ऐसे नहीं करते होते. बल्कि ज़्यादातर औरतें दोज़ख में डाली हैं उन्होंने. You know that, right? We're Muslims. फरिश्तों को औरतों पे रहम नहीं आया. आदमी उन्होंने छोड़ दिया और उन्होंने दोज़ख में डाल दिया। यस यस मैम।
जो इन्होंने सवाल किया मैं इससे थोड़ा सा आगे जाना चाहूँगी। आपने कुछ जवाब दे दिया, लेकिन इंग्लैंड के अंदर चैरिटी रेज़ करना, फंड्स रेज़ करना और जो चीज़ें फिज़िकली हो सकती थी, फिर उसके बाद हुआ कि आप विजिल्स में गए हैं या आपने दुआएं की हैं या आप नवाफिल पढ़े हैं, लेकिन जो जुलूस निकल रहे हैं उनके बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे?
कुछ भी नहीं कहूँगा मैं, बहुत प्लेसिबो इफेक्ट है अपने आप को सेटिस्फाई करने के लिए। जुलूस से फ़लस्तीन आज़ाद होना है।
जी मैं ये जानना चाह रही हूँ कि इस्लामिक लिहाज से इसकी क्या
कोई अहमियत नहीं, बल्कि गुनाह है ये एक तरह का वो वाला गुनाह तो नहीं है, वो फतवा तो नहीं दे रहा। अगर आपने बॉम्ब के अंदर से एनर्जी रिलीज़ कर दिया, वो चलने के काबिल ही नहीं रहा। क्यों मैं जी प्रोटेस्ट करके आ गई हूँ? भाई आपका काम प्रोटेस्ट नहीं था, वो काम पॉलिटिक्स है। प्रोटेस्टेंट जो होते हैं ना, जो प्रोटेस्टर्स होते हैं, प्रोटेस्टेंट कह रहा हूँ, प्रोटेस्टर्स पॉलिटिशियन इस्तेमाल करती हैं, और द पॉन्स ऑफ पॉलिटिशियन, जो नॉट अ पॉलिटिशियन, बल्कि पॉन भी नहीं है, इतना नीचे के हैं वो। आप लोगों ने गवर्नमेंट मूव करवाने की स्ट्रेटजीज लॉक करवानी है, लोगों को अपने घरों से बाहर निकाल के झंडे लहराने की नहीं। आज तक मुझे भी बता दें किस प्रोटेस्ट में कौन सा काम हुआ है। सबसे बड़ा यूरोप का वॉक इंग्लैंड में करवाई आप लोगों ने, और उससे अगले दिन ऋषि सुनाक ने यमन पे मिसाइल मार दिए थे। मुझे बताएं ना, आप लोग कौन सा प्रेशर क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, मुझे भी बताएं। याद हो रहा है, इट्स वर्किंग, वी ऑल नो इट्स नॉट वर्किंग। You know why it's not working? Because mothers and fathers are not conscious के where to hit the iron, what part of the engine is actually supposed to be fixed. So our kids are thinking, since parents are not doing it, it's not the job to be done. It is the job to be done, I'm sorry. We just showed you, ये parents हैं सारे जो आपको मैंने दिखाए हैं यहूदियों के। इनके बच्चे नहीं हैं, इनके बच्चे सोचें आगे क्या लेके जाएंगे, कहाँ से कहाँ लेके जाएंगे बात को। ये तो वो हैं जिन्होंने 70 साल 60 साल की उम्रें गुजारी हुई हैं। इमेजिन किस लेवल के ग्राफ्स आके आने वाले हैं। अभी तो खाली फ़लस्तीन के ऊपर पहला हमला हुआ है, लेबनान, ईरान, यमन, इराक, शाम, यू नेम इट।
तो फिर जो ये कहा जाता है कि अपने एमपीज़ को लेटर लिखें, और यहाँ काफ़ी है कि लोग लिख रहे हैं अपने अपने शहरों में एमपीज़ को लेटर, आया उसका सियासी तौर पे कोई फ़ायदा है?
जी कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है, बिल्कुल भी कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है। सोशल मीडिया है इस वक्त, बच्चे आपको ऑस्ट्रेलियन मुस्लिम्स चाहिए, जर्मन चाहिए, फ्रेंच चाहिए, अमेरिकन चाहिए। यू नो व्हाई? यू नीड नंबर्स। और आपको सिर्फ सोशल मीडिया पे नहीं चाहिए, याद रखिएगा, आपको वो वाला बंदा चाहिए जिसके पास पैसे हैं, वो वाला बंदा चाहिए जो कि वाकई में जिसके फ़ोन कॉल के ऊपर कुछ काम भी हो सकता है। मैं एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ आपको, खाली बंदे तो आपको एक से ज़्यादा चाहिए ना, मैं आपको एक प्रोटोटाइप बता रहा हूँ। नाउ as women, I'll tell you this right now. If you're not gonna change the definitions of current Islam, या ये क्या 2 नंबर इस्लाम बना दिया हुआ है कि कुछ भी ना करो तब भी ठीक है, ये इस्लाम नहीं है। इसको आपने कम्युनिटी लेवल पे एटलीस्ट क्वेश्चन करना तो शुरू कर दें। एमपी को लेटर लिखने से ज़्यादा बेहतर काम है। ओके, मैं फिर बता दूँ, नीचे से बच्चे खुद ही असली काम के ऊपर लग जाएंगे, उनको पता होगा अच्छा असली इस्लाम क्या है। बिकॉज जितना लड़के का इंग्लैंड में इस्लामिक ईगो है ना, पाकिस्तान में नहीं है। आप लोग माइनॉरिटीज़ में, माइनॉरिटी में अपना रिलीजियस ईगो बड़ा ही होता है। यही बच्चे आप पाकिस्तान लेके जाएंगे, देखना भी 1% मुस्लिम्स कि हाँ सारे ही मुसलमान हैं, कौन सा किसी को प्रूव करना है। मेरी आइडेंटिटी कहीं क्राइसिस में आ ही नहीं रही, इवन तो आ रही होगी, बिकॉज मैंने आपको बता दिया क्या 2 नंबर आइडेंटिटी रखी हुई हमने। वो लगभग सारे के सारे 2 नंबरी करें तो 1 नंबरी लगती है ना फिर वो। सो इसलिए ये वाली चीज़ नज़र नहीं आती कि जो मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, ये 2 नंबरी हमने खुद सब ने की हुई है। बहरहाल इंग्लैंड में ज़यान और हुदा नीड्स टू शो द समैंथास एंड द फ्रैंक्स दैट यू आर मुस्लिम्स। They go to school and they feel 10 times more Muslim because they're the only Muslim in the town or the circle or the street. But that's not a Muslim. She's not doing anything. याद रखिएगा। So ये याद रखना, ऊपर से आप क्रिश्चियन कंट्री में हैं। Most of the Christians are also not doing anything as well. They're also pawns. काम सिर्फ एक ही कौम कर रही है इस वक्त एज अ नेशन। सो आप अगर उधर से बेंच मार्किंग करेंगे, वहाँ से भी फेल हो जाएंगे। ओके जी। That's why the word circle का मतलब होता है discussion and reminders. Yeah, it's called it's called IMS, Islamic. There's a website. Go to IslamicMessagingSystem.com. Two-pronged agenda that we have right now is to raise the intellectual capital and the psychological strength of the child and the Muslim man and woman, adults. More than 200,000 people are inside communities, making presentations, challenging the status quo, correcting the definitions, researching, submitting their research. In a couple of months, I'm not going to give you a deadline. Hopefully in January, I'll be giving you a proper, tested by all of your big companies platform, where you guys can come in and go into a certain system where everyone will be accounted for, whether he's teaching or he's studying. He's participating or not.
Can I quickly tell them about the IMS?
Oh, yes, please. Yeah, there you go.
Right, so before you, I've read this among brothers here, the older sisters and mothers here, when you leave, take this leaflet with me, Vijay. So this has a QR code that will let you go to a web page which has a form to complete, and then you can join our WhatsApp group and join the IMS.
Yeah, IMS is a community, okay? It's free, but you have to have a lot of accountability. In other words, you can make a decision whether I'm just here to observe and be a spectator, or I want to put something in to create some value. शुरू के 3 महीने बेशक आप कुछ भी ना करें. Understand कि merit किधर मैं आपका अपना merit काम मैंने set करवाना. When you're going to say something, it will be not half cooked. It will be prepared. But right now in the first 3 months, ask a million questions there, so that people can feel your presence. कि भाई ये सीखने आई है, ये सीखने आया है. He is not here as a guy who's trying to prove कि मैं बहुत बड़ा hero हूँ, मैंने भी कुछ present करना है. No, take your time in learning and ask the questions. And there are people from 100 plus countries. Everyone is actually trying to fix some sort of problem here, either for how to make a cluster, how to get the right people together, how to teach the right things, how to fix the definitions right now of Muslims. What are the bigger problems जो कि उलमा की वजह से या politicians की वजह से इस वक्त हमारे बच्चों तक ना पहुंच जाएं? What is the safeguard and remedial measures? Everyone is talking about everything. However, अभी unstructured है. Don't worry, you're going to find a lot of structures there. मैं जब तक प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं देता आपको, तब तक आपको अपनी वो मैन्यूवरेबिलिटी इतनी, अभी व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप्स में मैन्यूवर करेंगे आप. ओके? Yes, sir, please. Yeah.
Isn't the focal point that as Muslims, when it comes to the details of the Seerah, we have a total lack of understanding?
Oh, yeah.
It is the Seerah that tells us, the Sunnah that tells us what we should do. So when sisters ask a question, should we go on a march? Should we write to the MPs like you suggested? Should we give charity? These things we can do, but they are not the solution.
Absolutely not.
These things they actually make us happy that at least
Yeah, it lowers the standard.
that's something is not a problem to my mind. That's something it cannot be just because it's pleasing to me. It's because of the act.
I know.
It has to be what did the Prophet ﷺ do in the 9 years of his life in Mecca?
No, this is not Mecca you're in. Okay?
It's in Mecca, but what we do in actions.
I'll tell you what. Listen, the rules of engagement have changed altogether. Okay? You do not have to go to war to be in war. Okay? You can be an active, way more active warrior right now of Islam, just like the Badris and the Uhuds and the, Khandak, by understanding how politics is run, how the power games are run. And that's why I'm saying, in bachon ko place karte hain. Right now, you and me, even I come to England and I start writing stuff and everything, I do not belong to the system here. It's going to take me a little while before either I become a credible name in the English system and the English Muslims and the 4 million Muslims or non-Muslims that, if he writes a book or writes a journal, it's going to help us improve some sort of IQ in some certain matter, whatever he's going to talk about, okay? And I hope that some of you guys and girls have that sort of credibility by now. I do not know you guys, but maybe you have. Most of you guys are not. I'll tell you why I know why you're not. Because I would have known in Pakistan if there was a British performance going on, especially by a Pakistani. Okay? We do not have your name on the map yet. Plus, I am in IMS, so I would know very clearly of who is writing what kind of book, what kind of article. Because IMS girls and IMS boys, all they do is share books and articles. They discuss books and articles, okay? That's or debates. So I am hoping, and I'm not saying, oh, you know what, I am hopeless. No, I'm not hopeless. You know, I'm not hoping on you. I know this platform works. This is not your platform, this is Victorian platform. It works because they just made it work 3 times in a row. I just showed you these people, right? They made it work 3 times in a row. Why can't it work for you guys? It's not a Jewish country. It's not even a Christian country anymore. It's an atheistic country. But okay, let's just say this is a Christian country. By no means it was made for the greater Israel. This English United Kingdom has absolutely no vision to make sure everyone in England contributes towards greater Israel. No, that's not their job, nor they have a totally different agenda. They support all of these structures, but that's not why they go to work every day. Gateshead community goes to work every day. These British Jews go to work every day. They meet not once a week, they meet every day. Because of the situation in Palestine. They meet every day. When do we meet? We meet once a month, वो भी किसी बच्चे के अकीका पे, वो भी comparing clothes. You need to understand. We are not for Palestine. We are for our own selves. This is the problem we have to solve. Now, again, Huda is going to be fixed. Zayan is going to be fixed because parents are conscious and everything. But what about the parents? Well, we gotta take the initiative. We gotta show our kids that, see, I was doing it. I was not just lecturing you. Look at what I could have done. Look at the books I've read now. Look at the thing that I'm trying to write. Look at the presentations I'm making for, whatever groups that I'm presenting. At least they can do that. And not just charity. Channel the money properly, please. Okay, Palestinians are not, or Muslims are not born ke zakatein pe hum, we feel good. Okay, you know what, this is something. This is not even a solution. Plus, we don't even have that kind of money. Not that you don't have the money. Even if you have the money, you cannot go to Gaza like that. Who's against money going to Gaza? Muslim Egyptians. Egypt is not letting money go to Gaza. It's not Netanyahu. You see, the bigger problem is us. मैं आपको अंदर की बात बता रहा हूँ, कम से कम कोई 800 से 3500 के बीच में फ़लस्तीनी जो है ना, मिस्र ने मारे हैं, मिसाइल मार के, टनल्स में से पानी डाल के. ये मुसलमानों के, this is who we are. And by the way, Egypt and Pakistan, it's like twin brothers and sisters. एक exact same गुनाह हमारे. So what I'm saying is, it's a problem only pressure cookers can solve. And you are the people who can create pressure cookers. Why? Numbers. इस वक्त आप और पाकिस्तान एक ही बात. Because you didn't perform, it's okay. You came to England, बहुत अच्छी performance थी. बच्चे पैदा कर दिए, good job. Have more babies. Okay, I mean it. Have more babies. And did you perform as an individual? No, it's okay. Okay, I get it. So you're just a Pakistani in England then. You didn't record any performance on England, ना? ये देखें ना, परफॉर्मेंस ऐसे रिकॉर्ड होती है. ये देख, इन्होंने परफॉर्मेंस रिकॉर्ड कराई है. नजर आ रहे? आप बता दें आपने कोई परफॉर्मेंस रिकॉर्ड कराई है, तो मैं कहता हूँ आप भी इंग्लिश हैं. You're not English, you're just a Pakistani. It's okay. You helped us get a potential performer here. You were the capsule, a vessel. Now I have a potential of these into these because of you and you. So आपका और पाकिस्तान का एक ही काम है, पाकिस्तानी खातून का और आपका. Come together, start creating numbers, start talking so that kids would know भाई करना भी होता है कुछ. खाली अम्मी थपकी दे के मोटिवेट नहीं करती, वो टीवी शो पे बैठी ड्रामे नहीं देख रही होती. She's doing something. Her money is actually being spent somewhere जहाँ पे वाकई में this was not for me and my family, it was for something else. ये these are not small things I'm telling you for them. और सिर्फ फ़लस्तीन की वजह से पता क्या हो जाएगा, पूरे लाइफ मीनिंग्स बदल जाएंगे कि भाई सेल्फिशनेस खेलनी नहीं, अल्लाह करे फ़लस्तीन कल सॉल्व हो जाए. शी विल नो कि भाई फ़लस्तीन आज एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे आया था, मेरी माँ ने पूरा का पूरा जान और माल लगाने की कोशिश कर दी थी. इसका मतलब है दुनिया में माल कमाने नहीं आए हुए हम, माल लगाने आए हुए हैं. माल उसके लिए भी चाहिए होता है, लगाने के लिए ज़्यादा माल चाहिए होता है. ओके, सो माल लगाना मकसद है असली काम पे. वी नो ओके व्हाट द रियल जॉब इज़. ओके, सो यू नीड, बड़ा आसान करके बता रहा हूँ, अगर अम्मी को करते हुए देखेगी नहीं बेटी, तो अब बेटी खुद भी कुछ नहीं करेगी. अब्बू को करते हुए देखेगा नहीं, तो बेटा खुद भी नहीं करेगा. इट इज़ दैट सिंपल. लड़कों का फ़ायदा ये होता है, एक हैंडीकैप होता है, लड़कों के पास अब्बू के अलावा भी एक्सपोजर इतना सारा होता है, कोई ना कोई बड़ा दोस्त भाई कलीग इधर बॉस बूस देख लेते हैं हम. गर्ल्स जस्ट लुक एट द मामी एंड जस्टिफाई एवरीथिंग एंड यू नो क्रिएट अ लूप, और वो फिर कॉग्निटिव लॉ की लगना उसका. सो आई एम नॉट सेइंग इंग्लैंड में ऐसे हो रहा है. इंग्लैंड में ऑफ कोर्स आई नो, आई जस्ट केम, दिस इज माई सेकंड ट्रिप टू इंग्लैंड, सो आई नो इंग्लिश गर्ल इन Huda is not comparable with any Pakistani right now because of the culture Victoria gave her. We didn't do anything, okay? She gave a lot of bad things to Huda as well. England में सब चीज़ें ठीक नहीं है. But whatever good she gave, it actually works. पाकिस्तान में nothing's gonna work. आप चाहे मरियम नवाज हो या इमरान खान हो या नवाज शरीफ हो, आपकी टके की औकात नहीं है ग्लोबल पॉलिटिक्स. आप फ़लस्तीन का तो लफ्ज़ भी नहीं ले सकते आप. या पूरा इस्लामाबाद ब्लॉक कर दिया था पीटीआई ने, और फ़लस्तीन में वो लड़की अकेली खड़ी रही गज़ा के लिए, सेव गज़ा वाली, कोई भी नहीं आया उसके लिए. ओके, एक हफ्ते की बात बता रहा हूँ. ये नहीं करने देते हैं कि नहीं देते हैं तो बात की बात है, कोई आएगा तो कोई प्रेशर डलेगा ना. पॉइंट ये नहीं है, मैं तो प्रोटेस्ट की वैसे भी खिलाफ हूँ. मैं तो ये कह रहा हूँ, आप लोग पाकिस्तान में, मैं पता पाकिस्तानियों से ये नहीं कहता हूँ 4 कैपिटल, पाकिस्तानियों से मैं कह रहा हूँ 4 टोटल मुफ्ती हैं, टोटल 4 मुफ्ती. एक अहले हदीस के, एक बरेलवियों के, एक देवबंदियों के और एक अहले तशय्युओं के. इन 4 मुफ्तियों को इकट्ठा करके फतवा इशू करना है, आर्मी पहुँच जाएगी फ़लस्तीन. इन्होंने फतवा ये नहीं देना कि आर्मी लेके जाओ. इन्होंने फतवा पता क्या दिलवाना हमने इनसे, नवाज शरीफ को वोट डालना हराम है, क्योंकि जो फ़लस्तीन के लिए नहीं लेगा हम उसको वोट नहीं डालेंगे. इन्होंने फिर प्रेशर में आर्मी को भेजना है. लॉबिंग करते हैं, इस तरह लॉबिंग की जाती है. पाकिस्तान में मैं इन 4, 5, 6 बंदों की ज़रूरत है मुझे. पाकिस्तान आर्मी फ़लस्तीन जा सकती है, इमरान खान ने भेजना है, उसको तो पता भी नहीं है फ़लस्तीन में क्या ज़रूरत है, ना ही नवाज शरीफ को पता है. नवाज शरीफ को तो नक्शा भी नहीं पता होगा फ़लस्तीन का. You need to understand, they don't think like this. Their world view is totally different कि मेरी कुर्सी और मेरी पावर बच जाए बस. इनका वर्ल्ड व्यू ये होता है. इनकी रोज़ की डिस्कशन पावर डिस्कशन होती हैं. इन्होंने बंदों के नाम और उनके पते और उनके छोटे छोटे बड़े बड़े पैटर्न्स लिखे हुए होते हैं. नवाज शरीफ ने भी, इमरान खान ने भी, आर्मी वाले का, चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ का, जज का, ये उसके घरों के राज पता होते हैं. इनकी तो इतनी गंदी किस्म की पॉलिटिक्स है, ये कोई मुसलमानों के कहलाने के काबिल नहीं है सारे लोग. आप इनकी डिस्कशंस देखेंगे, यू विल बी डिस्कस्टेड कि ओ माय गॉड, तुम तो इतने गंदे गंदे पर्सनल और सीक्रेट राज करने के लिए पूरी पूरी मेहनतें और टीमें डिप्लॉय करते हो एक दूसरे के खिलाफ.
लेकिन इतना ज़रूर है, मैं अपने शहर की बात कर सकती हूँ, ऑक्सफोर्ड की, कि हर रोज़ हर दूसरा तीसरा माँ या बाप गज़ा की बात करते हैं, फ़लस्तीन की बात करते हैं, आपस में भी, बच्चों में भी, और हर हफ्ते कोई ना कोई एक्टिविटी होती है.
I know, that's why I am hopeful from you guys. पाकिस्तान में कोई भी नहीं करता.
और हम लोग उसके लिए रोते भी हैं, ये नहीं कि हम सिर्फ बातें करते हैं, हम उसके लिए जो कर सकते
I know, अल्लाह ताला कबूल करे. I'm not saying कि आप लोग
जो बात वो कर रही है ना, जो हमें इमीडिएटली हमारी एज में हम क्या कर सकते हैं, जब तक कि वो चीज़ तैयार हो, वो बड़ी लिमिटेड हमारे पास नॉलेज है. क्योंकि पर्सनली मैं मार्च में जाने के खिलाफ हूँ, जैसे बदर ने कहा कि सीरा से आपको पता चलता है. मैं एमपीज़ को नहीं लिखना पसंद करती, क्यों कि मैं एक काफिर के पास अपनी फरियाद क्यों लेके जाऊँगी. लेकिन अगर वो पॉलिटिकली करेक्ट होता है, इसलिए मैंने आपसे उसकी क्लैरिफिकेशन ली है. मगर
नहीं,
हमारे हाथ फिर भी काफ़ी कमज़ोर है कि हम वहाँ पहुँच नहीं पाते. और ये
आप एमपीज़ को बाय द वे लिख के रहे हैं, क्या करें?
No, but isn't it surely?
Sorry?
Surely isn't the way forward? What they have done to the Muslim community is divide and conquer. Let's reverse that And the way of reversing it, even if two sisters get together.
Yeah.
And then another one is, and then you include others and get small groups. One of the things that I saw down there was the number of Jewish organizations. And all organizations start with small.
Just one.
And then they get bigger and bigger and bigger.
They combine as 2 and then 3.
I would say in Oxford, I can only speak about Oxford. In Oxford, it is happening at a fast lightning speed.
What's happening?
How mothers are getting together, how fathers.
What does that mean, coming together?
They're talking about it.
That's not coming together.
Sorry?
Doesn't mean coming together.
That's what I'm saying. We just can go up to a certain.
Listen, I'm going to ask you as a layman, okay? And I'm not trying to test you. How many Muslims in Oxford?
I don't know the name.
See, there's a problem. How many Pakistanis in Oxford?
I don't know.
How many women, Muslims? See, these are basics. That's how you start. That's how I train Hudas.
Okay.
That, you know what? You need to be very clear and structured.
But that's what I need to know. So thank you for asking.
Yeah. So once she or you know, this is my map.
Okay.
Now because how am I, if you're not gonna be able to measure it, you're not gonna be able to manage it. So if I have, let's just have 100,000 Muslims in Oxford. I'm just giving an example. I don't know how many. Maybe just 10. So 100,000. So I need to give 10 girls a target in Oxford that, you got to gather about 1% each. Mm-hmm. Okay? And then next month, 5% each. Because, it's going to exponential growth, right? Now you don't have one person starting. You have about 20 girls starting now because you gathered 1%. So on what? See, that's why I spoke to Huda. If you do not have this as this mapped out, this mapped out, you're not going to start this, I'm sorry. You have to have this mapped out, Huda. If you do not have this in your eyes, you cannot start this. End first, end in mind. This is the end, right? This is the end. This is the start. But he knew what the end is. This is what the Quran says about, and by the way, this is also their end. They're also calling it. They don't have it. That's where they aim. That's called a vision. But they want to end it here. Okay? So, by the way, that's God's vision. It's not just Zionism. They're using the Torah. They're calling it the God's vision. They believe it. वो वाकई में अपनी किताब को अल्लाह की किताब ही मानते हैं. They are not committing fraud to their own selves. वो अल्लाह के लिए कर रहे हैं. हम अल्लाह के लिए नहीं कर रहे. वो कुरान वाले ही यहूदी हैं. हम कुरान वाले मुसलमान नहीं. लाइक कुरान में जो यहूदियों का जिक्र है ना, वो उनकी सिंसेरिटी का भी उतना ही जिक्र है. बड़े हर धर्म में अपने नहीं हिलते, नहीं मानते किसी और नबी को. अपने दीन से पक्के सिंसियर हैं. जितने भी जिसको भी 2 नंबर दीन पूछा था कि किसी और नबी ने नहीं आना आप सिवाय उनके मसीहा के. सो हम लेकिन कुरान वाले मुसलमान हैं. हम उनका नेतन्याहू, देर नेतन्याहू हुदा, Netanyahu goes to the UN and recites the Torah. Why? How? It is promised in the Torah that Israel is going to be ours. He is reciting the Torah. George Bush goes to the French premier, recites the book of Revelation from the Bible. The Bible, the book of Revelation from the Bible. Netanyahu again quotes the Torah to hit the Palestinians. Quoting Torah, the Amalek, that their women and children are supposed to be killed. He's quoting the Torah. But no Muslim in the world has the guts to recite the Quran in the UN. We are ashamed of our own book. That's where you women come together. That you know what? We're going to push our daughters to recite the Quran in open forums now. Why? They can recite the Torah, but if we Quran पढ़ें तो deport हो जाएंगे. Like, which one is? Netanyahu?
No, I'm talking about the Muslim state. So the point here is this, that because they're Muslim...
No, I don't care about them. You're right. No, I'm talking about English Muslims here.
Yeah, even them. So when they have their hands tied, because they're outposts for what? Western democracy. So when they become outposts like this, they don't want to speak up again or for the Muslims or the Islamic cause, for example, right? So when they do...
No, you lost me at the they. Who are you calling they here? Outposts like in Pakistan?
Western imperialism, Western...
No, but which is the outpost?
Western regime. All the Muslim states are outposts. Yet they're controlled by
Britain and America.
True.
Pakistan is an outpost at the moment.
Oh, for sure.
They facilitated what's going on
For
in
sure.
Pakistan, right? So anyway, so long story short, all of them are outposts at the moment. We do not have one state that has any constitution resembling the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
True.
Constitution in Medina, for example.
True, true, true.
So when we have this issue, the issue is political inherently, right? That,
True.
That what they're doing now is their states are not serving the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The states are not serving Islam. The states are not serving.
Who's letting the states do that? See, there are two parties there.
Over the last 100 years, Sahil.
No, it's not about 100 years. I'll tell you right now. You and me are alive. There are two agencies here. One, let's just say 10 Downing Street is making them do it. And 250 million Pakistanis are letting them do it. Who's them? The 1% elite in the politics. Okay, they're the puppets. English make them do it. Pakistanis let them do it. You know why they let them do it? Because there are certain people in the clergy of Islam in Pakistan who say that it is okay and it is a compulsory thing in Islam to let them do it.
Because Britain has put that system in place for them.
For Pakistan? No, it's not. They take it from the Muslim clergy takes it from the Arabian literature, even though it's not right. That's why I want them to challenge it. Muslim clergy says that if you say anything against Nawaz Sharif or whatever political leader, it is an Islamic, it is haram in Islam.
No, but that's basic. Come on, that's
Yeah.
basic because
I know it's basic.
It's very basic. Because
Yeah.
Asuli, the Islamic principles will dictate that our definition of do's and don'ts, it comes from Islam, isn't it?
Yeah, you gotta look at the videos. I am under a lot of fire from the muftis that I am going against Islam by criticizing Nawaz Sharif and Imran Khan and the army. I'm going against Islam. The clergy is telling me that this is Islamic to obey them. You don't need England to obey these puppets. No. Listen, guys. Yeah, we need not just to keep it up. If enough people are challenging it to real literature, that's a Pakistani job to do. Okay, that's a different job. I don't need you guys to challenge the clergies of Pakistan. Thank you. Okay, I need you guys to become strong in England. Make money in England, make politics in England, write books in England. That's the English job. Okay? They didn't do anything in Israel until they got power in England. They already had Israel. They loved Israel more than I love Pakistan. And still they couldn't because they knew first we need to get our foot strong, very well guarded inside, sunk inside the system of England. Okay? We have. Before you and I talk, guys, thank you so much. I know everyone's too late for this one. Ladies, thank you for your patience and time, guys. I appreciate this. You and I, okay. Jazakallah khair, and I'll see you in the groups and discussions, inshallah.